Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and start our monthly board meeting. I'd like to welcome all of you. Before we get started, ladies and gentlemen, unless you're speaking, we ask that you keep your mask on. That is in the boardroom and in the halls. If you do not keep your mask on, I'm sure someone will approach you and ask you to put it on. So please keep it on. I will ask, yes, they're going to close the curtains. Ms. Morrison, would you lead us in the pledge? Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Appreciate it. Our Superintendent, Ms. Trosclair, any opening comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Latchley. Good evening, members of the board, staff, and everyone in attendance this evening. I have a few brief comments. Last month, I informed you that Ms. Pamela Sorensen, English teacher at Karen Crowe High School, was selected as a semifinalist for the Louisiana Department of Education's 2021 Teacher of the Year Award. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that she has advanced to the next level of competition and is a finalist for this top honor. Congratulations, Ms. Sorensen, for making it to the next phase of competition. So that students can be successful in the upcoming school year, it is important that families prepare for different learning scenarios that may include online or virtual learning. To assist our families in preparing for virtual learning, our community partners have come together and started the Link and Learn initiative by offering reduced price internet service. We want to thank our partners in education, Love Our Schools and One Acadiana, for their support in helping families get a head start in preparing for the upcoming school year by promoting low-cost, open wireless internet service for qualifying families starting at approximately $10 a month. Families may check out our website for more information. The Lafayette Parish School System has also been collaborating with the Acadiana Safe Initiative. The initiative is asking the community to come together and engage in proactive measures to stop the spread of COVID-19 for the future of our community. Acadiana Safe's mission is #Cover2Recover. A couple of weeks ago, we were finally able to honor the class of 2020. Through the hard work of district and school staff and through the generosity of UL Lafayette President Dr. Joseph Savoy, we were able to host in-person graduation ceremonies at the UL Cajun Field. Although it was quite warm, the graduation ceremonies were a wonderful experience, and I'm proud that we could celebrate our students and give them a formal closure to their school experience with the Lafayette Parish School System. I want to congratulate each and every graduate and wish them the best of luck in their future endeavors. This concludes my comments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Trosclair. Next on our agenda is litigation 2.1, discussion and our action concerning pending litigation in the matter of Amy Thibodeau versus Byron Andrews and Lafayette Parish School Board, docket number 20175-637, Division 1, 15 Judicial District Court, Lafayette Parish. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session.
I have a motion by Ms. Morrison and a second, Mr. Angel. We'll go ahead and do a voice vote. All in favor say aye. All those in favor say, all those opposed say no. We will go into executive session. Thank you.
Check, check.
I'll make a motion that we go into our regular board meeting.
We have a motion by Ms. Morrison and seconded by Mr. Angel that we go back into regular session. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. We're back in regular session.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept council's recommendation.
Motion by Ms. Morrison that we accept council's recommendation, seconded by Mr. Angel. Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote. While we're waiting on this to come up, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to let everyone know Mr. Centanni could not make it this evening. He's home, quarantined. He will be with us virtual. He's online. He will be able to make comments if needed. So, Mrs. Centanni, I hope you're having a good evening. This motion ought to read that the board accepts the recommendation of council, not the board, that the board takes the accepts. Yeah. Okay, thank you. You can mark Dr. Chasson absent. You can mark him absent. They changed it. They changed it. Motion carries 7-4, none against, 2 absent. We'll move next to our information items. 3.1, finance, list of bids approved to be advertised by the superintendent. Mr. Guidry, you have anything to say on this, or? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Dugas, I'm sorry. You're going to be Mr. Guidry tonight, okay? We're used to saying that. All right. Any questions from board members on this? If not, we'll move on to 3.2, employee services, personnel changes for July. Ms. Gardner or Mr. Mouton? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you to Superintendent Trosclair for this opportunity, and to members of the board. I have the pleasure of introducing 4 new principals this evening. We'll start with Miss Christian, she goes by Tina Barbet. She is the new principal of J.W. Falk Elementary School. Ms. Barbet holds a Bachelor of Science in Physical Education from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette and a Master's of Education in Educational Leadership from Grand Canyon University in Phoenix, Arizona. Ms. Barbe started her teaching career in Iberia Parish as a physical education teacher 14 years ago at Jeanerette Elementary. Ms. Barbe served in the role of a mentor teacher with the Teacher Advancement Program, or TAP, and TAP is a process within the National Institute for Excellence for Teaching for teacher and student achievement. After 2 years, she moved into a master teacher position where she provided high-quality support and coaching to teachers in grades kindergarten through 6th grade. During her time as a master teacher, the school performance score increased from a 45.6 F to an 85.7 B in 1 year and maintained this status the following year. In St. Mary Parish School District, Ms. Barbe was an assistant principal at Hattie Watts Elementary School, a Leader in Me school for 3 years. After much success in this role, Ms. Barbe became the principal of LaGrange Elementary School in Franklin, Louisiana. Under her leadership, LaGrange Elementary School performance score improved from an F to a C status. Ms. Barbe began her journey in teaching to change the world one child at a time. However, being a teacher has been a profession that has changed her. Ms. Barbe, principal of J.W. Falk Elementary School.
Thank you so much. I'm nervous, so I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. President, honorable board members, Superintendent Trosclair, Mr. Touchette, and Ms. Hippolyte for allowing me the opportunity to serve the students of this parish. I am honored to be the principal at J.W. Falk Elementary School and to be a part of Lafayette Parish School District family. In my interview, I spoke of 3 key points I plan to live by each day. One is to build relationships. This is a key to creating a culture of excellence. One of my mottos I live by is, in order to teach anyone, you must capture their hearts before you capture their minds. We have all heard it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it takes a community to educate our students. The second thing is to pursue academic excellence. I will continually push myself and staff to become the best in our field because our kids deserve every opportunity we can provide. Our kids will receive what they need to become successful in whatever avenues they choose to pursue. Nothing is limited for our kids at J.W. Falk. The last thing is investing in others, allowing others to grow and learn in their skills and craft. When we build our teachers up, they in return provide the best of themselves for our students. Every day I step on J.W. Falk campus, I will give my all to my students, faculty, and staff. I will always put the students at the forefront of all decisions I will make. I will continue my learning to become a better leader. I will serve my students, faculty, and community. I want to thank you in advance for your continued support. I want to give a special thanks to our great staff, 2 assistant principals, Ms. Spencer and Ms. Slagle, for opening their arms and making me feel at home. Lastly, I would like to thank my family for their continued support and allowing me to pursue my dreams of serving students and communities. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Holly Bofi, principal of WD and Mary Baker Smith Career Center. Dr. Bofi holds a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education from Louisiana State University and a Master's of Education in Elementary Education from Louisiana State University, and a Doctorate of Education in Administrator Leadership from Walden University. Dr. Bofi is returning to the Lafayette Parish School System as the principal of the WD and Mary Baker Smith Career Center. When asked, Dr. Bofi said, "Career credentials are the bridge many students need to a positive and productive future after high school graduation. I look forward to working with the school system and the community to help create opportunities for students to learn those credentials and find good first jobs. Dr. Bophy will continue to represent Southwest Louisiana on the State Board of Elementary and Secondary Education, or BESE. She was selected as the 2010 Louisiana State Teacher of the Year while teaching in Lafayette Parish at Paulboro Middle School. She has worked at the national level for the Council of Chief School Officers and most recently founded Ed Talents to provide educational consulting services. Dr. Bophy believes that success at the W.D. and Mary Baker Smith Career Center will translate into brighter futures for students and more positive outcomes for the Lafayette Parish school system and our broader community. Dr. Holly Bophy, Principal at W.D. and Mary Baker Smith Career Center.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Superintendent Trosclair, for this opportunity. President Lachelet, fellow board members, I really appreciate this opportunity to return to the district. I believe at the Career Center, if we give students a strong start in their career, then they are going to have a much brighter future and our community is going to be better. We have an amazing faculty at the Career Center who is very eager to get students back into schools and get those students the credentials they need in order to graduate. And so I do want to share a little bit about myself. While I haven't been in the district as an employee for the last decade, I have been connected to the district as a parent. And so I feel like I've been connected to the district for a very long time and am really excited to return here as a principal at the Career Center. I do want to take this opportunity, though, to let people know that if they have students who are interested in automotive, cosmetology, culinary, medical, innovative technology, or welding, that we've got some spots left at the Career Center and they need to get in touch with their counselors at their home high schools. Students are connected to their home high schools and then either spend part of the day at the Career Center, either in the morning or the afternoon, where they work on their credentials. Many of these credentials are ones that lead to very good first jobs. If you look at the automotive industry, there are plenty of jobs available for technicians, and this is true across the board. And so we want to get students to the Career Center, give them the credentials they need so they have a strong start in their careers. Thank you again for this opportunity to serve. I look forward to making you all proud.
Next up, we have Ms. Courtney Zamet-Bro, Principal of Corporal Middlebrook Elementary School. Ms. Zamet-Bro holds a bachelor's degree in elementary and secondary education and a master's degree in educational leadership from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Ms. Zamet-Bro brings over 20 years of experience to this new role as principal of Corporal Middlebrook Elementary School after the retirement of the previous principal. Ms. Zamet-Bro has served as an educator and content coach for 15 years. She began her career as a teacher at Live Oak Elementary School and Ridge Elementary School, where she taught 1st through 5th grades, oftentimes initiating the moves to different grade levels in order to learn more and gain further experience about curriculum and instruction. After earning her master's degree, Ms. Bro served as a district content coach and moved to administration. She has 5 years of administrative experience as an assistant principal at the elementary and middle school levels. Schools under her tutelage include J.W. Falk Elementary School, Truman Early Childhood Education Center, and Paulboro Middle School. Most recently, she served as the first assistant principal at Marshall B.O. Elementary School. Each experience in the classroom and leadership role has been the cornerstones which have been built upon and have afforded tremendous professional growth, which Ms. Bro considers priceless. Ms. Bro states, "I believe there is greatness in all of our students, and so I work each day to make sure they believe that about themselves too. I want to impress upon them that hard work and dedication is all that is needed to reach their full potential." Mrs. Courtney Zamet Bro, Principal of Corporal Middlebrook Elementary School.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, board, Ms. Trosclair, Mr. Touchette, Mr. Mouton, thank you for the introduction. I want to begin by expressing my immense excitement about accepting this role. I am truly humbled. Corporal Middlebrook is a very unique school. I'm so fortunate to begin my tenure as a principal there. We have many programs that aren't offered at other schools. I'm fortunate that I had some experience with these programs at Paulboro Middle School, and so I am very excited to be able to work with immersion again, the gifted population. I have a varied SPED population on my campus, and so I have an experience ahead of me that many other principals are not privy to. We're optimistic and we're laser focused about 2021. Plans are underway, and so we're just focusing on fostering academic success, social, emotional health, and just the general happiness for all adults and students that are part of the Middlebrook family. I've had a diverse experience over the last 20 years in Lafayette Parish, and it's afforded me the wonderful opportunity of working under many great leaders. I am also very lucky because I can continue to work under those people, many of them sitting in this room. I want to thank my past principals who've helped me. They've molded me from an assistant principal to a principal, and my years with all of them have been priceless. I'd like to say thank you to my amazing husband, who always, no matter what I suggest, no matter what plan I bring up, he is supporting me. He just trusts and he walks my walk with me. So thank you, Andre. My daughters are my cheerleaders too. They believe in me more than I do myself sometimes. I have great support on all ends. Lastly, my endless thanks to God. My story has been beautifully crafted, and so I'm thankful to him. Thank you, LPSS, for believing in me. I promise you, you will see great things from Middlebrook.
Mrs. Heather Olson, Principal of Broussard Middle School. Mrs. Olson holds a Bachelor of Arts in both Special Education and Elementary Education from Northwestern State University, a Master's in Education in Educational Technology and Leadership from McNeese State University, and certifications in Educational Leadership, English as a Second Language. She is a teacher leader and an elementary mathematics specialist. Ms. Olson has 21 years of experience in education in Lafayette and Iberia parishes, with 18 years serving as a teacher. Ms. Olson has taught at Iberia Middle School, Edgar Martin Middle School, and Broussard Middle School. Most recently, she has served 3 years in administration at Broussard Middle School, 1 as the instructional leader and 2 as the assistant principal. Mrs. Olson's accomplishments include being named Teacher of the Year and District Teacher of the Year for 2013-2014 school year while she was at Edgar Martin Middle School, and she was also named Teacher of the Year for 2017-2018 at Broussard Middle School. She completed the Louisiana Mathematics Masters in Middle program through the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. In addition, she is a contributing author of the book titled Strengthening Mathematical Reasoning Among Middle School Students with Hidden or Unmet Potential. Mrs. Olson's goal is to provide an inclusive, caring, and rigorous learning environment that engages students and challenges them to grow academically, socially, emotionally, and creatively to reach their full potential. Mrs. Heather Olson, Principal of Broussard Middle School.
Good evening. I would like to say to the board, to Ms. Trosclair, and to her administrative team, thank you for the opportunity to serve as the next principal of Broussard Middle School. Yes, I have big shoes to fill. I have learned from one of the best over the last 6 years. Thank you. I look forward to continue to build lasting relationships in the community of Broussard and also with the Broussard Middle School families. I would like to say thank you to my family who are sitting at home watching this. Thank you for embracing this journey and every journey that I have placed in front of them over the last couple of years. I will continue to move Broussard Middle School from good to great as we have shown growth over the last couple of years. So I will continue to do that with my wonderful staff. Thank you for the opportunity. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mouton, and thank you to all our new administrators. Good luck. Next up is 3.3, Administration Presentation of the 2020-2021 Learn Lafayette School Reopening Plan. Ms. Trosclair?
Yes, so as you know, late last week, we released our proposed Learn Lafayette plan. The plan provides the basic framework relative to possible teaching and learning models for the upcoming school year. This evening, I've asked particular staff members from various departments to give brief updates regarding transportation, safety, facilities, and academics. In the next few weeks, we will work closely with our school level principals in trying to make our plans fit the needs of their particular campuses as we work to prepare for the opening of schools in August. At this time, I'll ask Ms. Gardner to begin her presentation.
Good evening. Before I begin, I would like to say that we spent countless hours and days in this boardroom doing lots of research over weeks and weeks because we all had the same goal, and it was to have safety and priority for everyone. That was our priority. And getting our kids back in school, getting them educated, and getting it with the safest possible. As a teacher, as an administrator, and now at central office, I've told parents, students, teachers, you should be safe at home, and the second safest place you should be at school, because we have, you spend more time, waking hours with us than you do in your own home. And so with that all in mind, when we got together, I will give you just some information of what goes with the plan. So we have safety expectations and protocols that our directors, Ms. LaFleur, who's the director of elementary and middle school, elementary, and Ms. Aloisio with middle and high, have been working with the principals on what it will look like on their campus. And some of those things that have been discussed in the plans that are in the works will be arrival and dismissal of students. How will that look getting off the bus? Going to a classroom, walking, when we're in a grocery store, there's a pattern. You have a walking up aisles. How will that look on a campus? Exchange of classes. If we're going down the hall, we don't want to cross over. One set will go one way, one set will go the other way. We're down to the specifics to be able to create the best environment for that walking. Seating in the classroom. So we've asked, before school even ended, when teachers went back to close the classroom, to go ahead and take out any excessive things in the classroom, bookshelves, tables, beanbag chairs, those items to create the greatest social distancing possible in the classroom. So this was done before we even closed out the last school year because we wanted to make it ready for when our kids came back. With that goes along when we have classes, static groups, as we released in our plan, keeping a static group, meaning like an elementary, where the kids stay within small areas, K2, pre-K2, where they stay with that teacher. Of course, we know in middle school and in high school, they transition between classes. And so it's as well as when you're in a classroom and you have students, there might be a tag like this on the empty seats where children know where not to sit first hour. And that way, the next hour class, when they come in, the teacher would move the seat over and no one would sit in that next seat till it's cleaned. And so with that cleaning, if you notice right here, we have one of our hand sanitizing stations. This is just one of many that will be around the campus in high traffic areas. Each classroom will have a hand sanitizer installed in the classroom that children can use going into class, during class. They will be in the hallways. We also spend a lot of time making consistent plans across our district so that when we have consistent signs that were built for all our schools that our principals and administrators were receiving, from visitors on campus, by appointment only, wash your hands, practice your social distancing, and we wanted a consistent message at all our campuses. Your bus is being disinfected regularly. All of our buses will have this sign, stop the spread, for all our campuses and our buses. Symptoms of coronavirus. We've put that into play. Our principals will go ahead and get those. We run them off in color for all our schools, all 300 buses, 276 buses, I believe. They will receive all those signs because we wanted to show our community, our teachers, our staff, our students, that we're all going to be practicing the same protocols. Our directors will work with our principals on what lunch is going to look like, what is breakfast going to look like, procedures and processes for that are very important. Recess. We have our athletic director, Mr. Jeffers, who did a lot of research on the correct way to clean playground equipment, the correct chemicals to spray the playground equipment to make sure that it is safe for our children. Each classroom will be supplied with disinfecting supplies. The temperatures of our children. We met with some of our representatives, our teacher union representatives, and we said we would be taking temperatures of our students. One of them came back and said, we're getting a lot of feedback. We'd like to have the temperature of our children taken twice a day, because sometimes we don't always wake up with fever. You develop fever during the day. So we have ordered, this is an example of the thermometer that we were providing our teachers. We have also ordered backup batteries. We ordered those a long time ago, so every teacher doesn't have to worry if the batteries go out in the middle of trying to take your temperature of your child. They're supplied with extra batteries to make sure that we are ready for that. Our staff and our teachers, when they enter school, they will have a walk-through thermal scan, like for temperature. That will be on every campus. So that will assist temperatures. We will also have them in the front office. So if a child checks in late, and the homeroom teacher has already taken the temperature, we want to make sure before that child goes to class that the child's temperature will be recorded. The seating charts are going to be a very, very important part of what our school is going to look like for contact tracing. And what I mean by that is we have an A day and a B day on our current plan. Every class, whether it is a middle school or high school, you have 7 classes in a day, 8 classes in a day, will be required to keep an updated seating chart that will be in 2 hands, the nurse's hand and an administrator's hand. The buses will also have assigned seating charts, because this way we will know if a child does test positive with COVID, exactly which child they were sitting by or which adult they had been by. So this plan has been put into place, and we find that as a very important tool to be able to keep everyone safe. We also have a COVID team at each school that our administrative team is building to stay up with the processes and the protocols. And we're very proud of that we had a collaborative. We brought in, she worked at the LAE. They had a bunch of questions, and we were able to address those. And just like the temperature, we were so glad to have that brought to our attention. That was one thing that we had slipped. I spoke to a lot of parents yesterday on the phone that we would get, and it was easier for me to call, because sometimes when you call and listen, sometimes someone thinks of something that you did not, and we welcomed that. So that is where we started with our safety. And we're going to continue, but I just want to give you just a little brief description of the things that we have in plan and where we're moving forward and how we came up with our plan.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner.
Good evening, members of the board. Kyle Bartlon, Director of Planning and Facilities. When COVID first started, the administration's priority was to clean and disinfect the schools and to purchase the needed supplies to make our schools safe for our students. So beginning on March 3rd, 2020, we began sending out instructions to the school administrators and the custodial staff on how to prevent the spread of viruses. On March 16th, 2020, we sent out additional instructions on deep cleaning of the school facilities along with checklists to place on the doors of every classroom, office, and room in the schools for our custodial staff to follow. Deep cleaning of schools was performed during the time that the schools were closed in March and April. A disinfectant product was distributed to all facilities and was used to clean desks, chairs, doors, handles, switches, furniture, cabinets, walls, etc. Air filters in all the schools were changed by Bernhard MCC before the end of their contract on June 30th, 2020. An adequate supply of disinfectant was purchased by Lafayette Parish School System in March in order to deep clean our schools and facilities and to have an extra supply on hand and readily available as needed for the upcoming school year. Trigger spray bottles are on order and scheduled for delivery in the next 7 to 10 days in order to supply every classroom with a bottle of disinfectant, a roll of paper towels, and disposable gloves. These supplies will be replenished as needed. Trigger spray bottles will also be provided to each school bus driver to disinfect all of the high-touch surfaces after the morning bus routes, after the afternoon bus routes, and as necessary. Refills for these bottles can be obtained at any school site. Hand sanitizer units will be delivered and installed in all classrooms of the schools for students to obtain hand sanitizer when entering the building in the morning and when entering or leaving classrooms during the day. Hand sanitizer units are also being purchased to install on every school bus for students to use when boarding the bus. Electrostatic sprayers are on order and scheduled for delivery in the next 7 to 10 days, along with a disinfectant chemical formulated for use in this type of sprayer. When required, this product will be used by trained staff as a second line of defense after regular cleaning and disinfecting have been accomplished. 2-gallon sprayers are being purchased for every school to use to spray disinfectant on playground equipment, outdoor benches, tables, etc. when the students are in classrooms and not using these items. The school head custodians have received training on the additional cleaning and disinfecting tasks that will be required during the upcoming school year. A training video will be sent to all of our custodians through our Public School Works training system on cleaning and disinfecting procedures. A brief test is given at the end of the training session, and the central office staff can verify when an employee has completed the training. Additional cleaning and disinfection of restrooms, water fountains, and frequently touched surfaces will be performed daily by the custodial staff. We have engaged our environmental consultant to prepare written cleaning protocols for our custodial staff to follow when cleaning and disinfecting our facilities. These cleaning protocols are also being developed for third-party contract cleaning so that in the event this is required, the protocols will be ready and cost proposals can be obtained quickly and in accordance with Center for Disease Control and Institute of Inspection, Cleaning, Restoration Certification guidelines and recommendations. Plexiglass barriers such as these have been constructed and provided for all of the front office reception desks at the schools. The barriers for the libraries and cafeteria checkout stations are in progress at this time and will be completed by the first day of school. And lastly, any contractor or vendor who is entering a school or facility for construction or maintenance purposes must follow all LPSS safety and screening protocols currently in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bordelon.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board President, Board members. Jonathan Watson, Supervisor of Transportation, and I want to share with you transportation plan for the start of school. In Phase 2, buses will be loaded at a 50% capacity, maximum of 36 students per bus load. Households will sit together. A day at their addresses will be reported to schools on, they will report to schools on Monday, Wednesdays, and alternate Fridays. B-Day even addresses will report to school Tuesday, Thursday, and alternate Fridays. Early morning drop-offs, late afternoon pickup times will be adjusted to assure all bus riders arrive to school and return home in a timely manner. All bus routes will run in their entirety. When double loads are required, students living furthest from schools will be picked up first. In the afternoon, students closest to schools will be transported first to help with time. Transportation safety procedures. It is recommended that parents take temperatures before their child is sent to school. Parents will be asked to make sure that children wash and sanitize their hands before loading the bus. Face coverings will be required while on the bus. All grade levels. Students are encouraged to social distance while waiting at the bus stop. Weather permitting, windows should be open to its maximum to maximize airflow. Hand sanitizers will be available as they board the bus. Students will exit the bus using safety protocols. Bus drivers and bus attendants will clean high-touch surfaces in between schools at the end of the morning and afternoon routes. Bus drivers and bus attendants will be required to wear masks while on duty. Seating charts will be created and maintained to help contact trackings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Good evening, y'all. Hi. Mark Rabelais, Chief Academic Officer for Lafayette Parish. So I am very fortunate tonight because I get to talk to you guys about academics. Something that we've been waiting a long time to discuss with you guys and to hear about. Even in this time, you know, it is the business that we're in. So I'm really excited to present to you guys the plan that we have put together. You know, here's some of the comments and things, but we as an academic team have worked really hard. Pretty much since we got shut down at the spring last year on talking about what was going to be our response to all of this and how would we move forward. So without further ado, I'll go into some things in our Learn Lafayette plan. So guys, you know, I'm a teacher at heart, so I hope when this is all said and done, after the few minutes that I have with you guys, that everybody has a better understanding of when I say phase-dependent learning, what that means. Because I think there's still maybe some misconceptions out there between what it means to toggle between different phases and our kids as they learn through those phases, as well as additional options that may be out there in the district as well. I'll hopefully give you a good example and some clear picture of what a student's schedule will actually look like at each one of those phases. And then you'll also hear about some of the different programs and just different academic initiatives that we have going on that we started and that we hope that we can continue no matter what phase that we're in. So with that being said, the phases in initial opening, are y'all able to see it on y'all screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so real quick, again, the definition, phase-dependent learning. This is what I'm saying when I say phase-dependent learning. I mean being on the phase that we currently in by either governor proclamation, health requirements, whatever the guidelines are at that time. There's certain learning modes that every student will get. And so currently, as we stand, phase 2, starting August 17th, that would mean a blended learning model. Where students report, as Mr. Watson was just kind of going through, 2 to 3 times a week, and where basically students are given at-home assignments when they're not in attendance face-to-face in the classroom. When we say phase 3, that's the goal that we ultimately get back to, business as usual with safety and precautionary measures in place. And when we say phase 1, phase one in a phase-dependent learning model. That means that every student at this point has to go virtual. That just safety regulations are in place that we need to put every kid in a phase one dependent virtual learning model. And so learning is pretty much done entirely at home, okay? And that gets into the technology and the Chromebooks that we've been talking about. Now, you'll notice on this slide, I have not said nor have I referenced Lafayette Online Academy. This phase-dependent learning means your student goes, we adopt the model that's in place dependent on the phase that we're currently in, and then we teach your child based on the phase that the governor has said that we need to stay in, or that safety and health professionals say that we need to stay in. Lafayette Online Academy is a choice and an option that is available to any parent if they want to start in that full online environment and work at their own pace. So I want to make sure we keep that line drawn when I go through this, that there's phase-dependent virtual learning, and then there's Lafayette Online Academy, okay? So when I talk about phase one or I talk about virtual in this presentation, I'm talking about in the event that we have to go to phase-dependent virtual learning. And I just wanted to clarify that because I know that question does come up quite a bit, and I want to make sure that was clear because I don't think we've maybe stated that correctly or clearly enough. So let's start with blended. One of the things that was really important to us in academics right from the get-go is that we started to think about what was models and instructional learning that we could toggle between all three of these. So when you think about something like blended, something that's kind of in the middle, all right, we really wanted to be as consistent as we could. So what we have and what Mr. Watson and them drew up for us, which actually worked out wonderfully, drawing the line right down the middle between odd and even addresses allowed us to deliver face-to-face instruction to half of our kids 2 to 3 times a week. And so by doing just that, we knew we could use the same curriculum that we already have, we could use our same wonderful teachers that we already have, and we could adjust things the best that we could. And already we have split our schools in half, and now we know our teachers are given an opportunity to deliver that good core instruction face-to-face at least 2 to 3 times a week. So if you look at the calendar that I have posted, the student's first day we'll affectionately refer to as A week. That means that student, that A group, they go there Monday, Wednesday. That B group goes there Tuesday, Thursday. And the A week, A's are on Friday. And then you flip the next week. So when you say rotate weekly, that's what we would be talking about. Academically, and I know for parents, we would publish this calendar so you could specifically see those A days, those B days. And then me and Ms. LaFleur actually brought up a great point this morning. We could let you guys know regularly, this is an A week. These are the students that will be attendance this week. And we could regularly update with JPAM calls and push out school messages to let parents know. So this just wanted to give you a sample of a blended model and schedule. So when we say blended, that they're at school versus they're at home, what does that truly mean? Well, again, when we say at school, good instruction can happen like it's always happened at Lafayette Parish. That is the ultimate goal for all of us. So whenever, we're talking about kids getting in front of good teaching, absolutely, let's go, So that's regular instruction, face-to-face, compacted lessons. One of the things that we did want to talk about, because we know we missed almost, 20%, 30% of our year last year, is filling in the gaps, especially related to ELA and math. So the first month, whether we're blended, traditional, whatever the case may be, we really want to focus on what were those prerequisite skills that they missed at the end of last year that may come back to get them again at the beginning of this next year. And so we actually have many lessons and targeted instruction dedicated to those prerequisite skills and learning that should have happened at the end of last year. That was very important. That was one big thing that we know if we had a chance to teach, we needed to focus on that. Again, our good curriculum, core instruction, the diagnostic and benchmark assessments. A lot of people keep talking about the diagnostics and why that's so important. It gives us a snapshot of where that kid really is. For some kids, 3 months, 4 months, they may have been really hitting it hard at home. They may have had some summer tutors. The slide may have not been that much. Other kids, trauma, social emotional issues, other things that came up, that slide, those gaps could have gotten huge. That diagnostic test at the beginning of the year will help us identify how large those gaps are and then where we need to target remediation and intervention. Response to intervention goes along with that. Once the data says what is the issue, Then we can put in intervention plans to regularly target those deficiencies that those students may have had. We mentioned the smaller class size when we're in phase 2 and we're at school. We can still do our regular tests. We can still do our regular grading practices once they're in phase with us. Those accommodations and modifications with IEPs and IAPs, we can look at those and again determine what is the best course of action to provide those accommodations and modifications. Something that is new that I do want to voice, that if we go into this Learn Lafayette model, we will encourage students to bring their own device to schools. If a student has their own device and they can feel comfortable bringing it and they feel comfortable working with it at school, we really want to promote that. Not only does it just encourage them to get a device that they can use regularly and not have to toggle between different platforms, and it just provides maybe the student and the parent some comfort in knowing that they have some consistency in that device that they're going to be on. So that's the at-school side when we say blended. What about when they go home, if they're on an off day? Well, that can be extension tasks, either offered through a computer or through paper packets or paperwork. We have a slew of programs that I'll kind of go through that we wanted to align from this summer and that we purchased to make sure that if they were working on Eureka Math in the classroom, we had a computer program that was most aligned to Eureka Math. And so it was really important that if we had a computer program in place, that computer program was consistent with, again, the face-to-face instruction that they would have, and that our teachers wouldn't have to search and be looking for several different resources online. It could be writing, it could be reading extensions, additional research. Again, printables for K-2 as much as we can if that's the route we need to take. But again, we do have computer programming for our K-2 as well. 3 through 12, again, we're good either way with what that work may be, digital or paper-based. And then additional virtual learning may be assigned either we're a Google Suite district, so we could have Google Class and Google Class activities that the teachers also push out, that they also have available for their students. So what does that student schedule look like? Again, if you look at Monday, Wednesday, Friday, this is my A-week kid. I am in attendance face-to-face Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I'm in front of my teacher. So what am I doing on those Tuesdays, Thursdays? I'm working on, and when I'm at home, a written response, a read and written response. For math, it could be a Zern math assigned through the computer, a lesson there. For science, it could be a Google Class lab video and journaling. For social studies, it may be additional research on the topic. And for the electives, we even purchased additional digital tools and media like smart music that they can engage in. Or if it's an art student, they could just work on sketches and work on different designs at home. And then Thursday, it may be something different. It may just be a reading the class novel. It may just be completing homework or a class assessment. It may be some Khan Academy assignments. But those are the things that our teachers can still provide some good enrichment activities or extension activities for when those students are at home in blended. In the event, again, that we have to go phase-dependent virtual because of further restrictions, we do have pre-K through 12 Chromebooks that have been purchased for the district. Again, if that student has their own device, we would strongly encourage that because, again, it would be the most consistent with what they've used while at school. Parents should work to secure Wi-Fi or find internet access points, and we have additional resources from the district that were in the Learn Lafayette plan as well for that. And then teachers will facilitate learning and offer support and guidance. I want to make sure I'm very clear because as the plan is right now, if we go phase-dependent virtual, that does not mean a teacher teaching like in middle school and high school 7 hours, 8 hours a day on Zoom. It's not efficient or feasible for either our teachers or our students to engage in that practice, okay? And so we wanted to come up with some general expectations of what that could look like in the event that we went full virtual. So here's what it does look like. So again, general expectations, everything can continue. The programs, the initiatives that we have in place can continue. Things like dual enrollment. I talked with ULL and LSU and the coordinating universities yesterday. They said, absolutely, Dr. Rabelais, yes, the courses can be done remotely. May have to do some different things with the testing and stuff like that, but yes, it can happen. AP and other courses, some of the immersion resources that Ms. Tia LeBrun can offer. Those are things that we can continue to support. Gifted, talented, SPED, 504 will continue to be offered in adjusted and phase-dependent virtual learning as determined by the individual needs of the student. They'll have to look at those individual needs, but those are things that we can still provide because, again, that student is still assigned to their same teacher that they had in phase 2 and that they would have in a traditional phase 3, if that makes sense. So for elementary, general expectations before I get into the student schedules, every student will get a virtual Zoom small group that can target instruction daily. Basically, that means the teacher would hold small targeted group instruction with Zoom that could be about 30 to 40 minutes, and that's in groups of, we'll say, 5 to 8. It's a little bit more manageable. It's a little bit more intimate with that kid, and you don't have to worry as much about monitoring 30 kids, 25 kids for an hour. You could start smaller. And this can be a combination either of the teacher guiding instruction via Zoom, an actual small group lesson, or it could be just providing supports based off the computer programs that they assigned while they were at home. And again, they would still be able to offer assignments and graded assignments, that online tests, quizzes for grades. For our middle school, again, they have so many kids, they can't always offer that small group. But our thinking is that they can offer office hours. And again, at least you as a parent, you as a kid, you know there's a set time of office hours that if I have that teacher, my science teacher, third hour, I know my teacher's third hour science office time that I can go into. And then there again, they can provide additional work activities, a lot that we would actually see in the same phase 2 learning. So what does a sample schedule for a kid look like? Here's some general expectations that we outlined. This is a sample schedule, so I'm not saying this is the set in stone, but I'm saying this is what it could look like, and then the parent and the student, based on if we are full virtual, can make out that student's schedule based on the assignments given. So if you look at this, what we're basically saying K-2 is that it would basically amount to 1.5 to 2 hours per week per content. So for that entire week, if we're full virtual, ELA would need to about count on a student needing to bank about 1.5 to 2 hours of actual work time. Now, I say that with a kindergartner and a first grader that is in the public system. I know if I have to Zoom for 30 minutes with that kid, I need a good 10 to 15 minutes to prep them. I need a good 10 to 15 minutes afterward for them to kind of decompress. But we know that just saying 1.5 to 2 hours of work time, there may be more things involved with that, especially K-2. But you can look and see, if I was a parent with my student, this are some of the ways that I could map out that week for that kid. So Monday, I know when they're getting their Zoom session with their teacher for that 30 minutes. I know I need to register about 30 minutes of Zern lesson computer time or 45 minutes of computer time, and I can slowly start to map that out across the week. You can see on Friday, maybe that's what I reserve for art or any kind of additional supplemental things that may be offered to my kid. Or they finish their stuff early, I just want them to get more practice. I know there's a computer program that my teacher assigned to my kid that they can do more outside of that 2 hours. I want them to go closer to 3, so keep working. When we talk about 3 through 5 virtual, again, 2 hours per content per week. The difference between 3 through 5 and K2, we would really just worry about ELA and math. Science and social studies would be enrichment and extension. When we talk about 3 through 5, that would include reading, math, science, and social studies. So even though that expectation per content stays the same, there are a few more contents that they will cover as they get older. And so there again, I've just given a general model of what that could look like as it goes through. With 6 through 8, again, more courses, but again, we're keeping that expectation at around that same time of 2 to 3 hours per week per content. The other thinking is, guys, is that we could assign assignments for the next week on that Friday morning. So that would give the parent and the student, if they need that weekend to map out some work, they can. If not, then they know they have the next week to fulfill obligations for any assigned work. And then with high school, I mean, it's a lot, but it's a little bit easier in that you know every high school class is a Carnegie unit. So you know you need to bank some time throughout the week for every single class because they all count towards your graduation requirement. So again, mapping your periods out, mapping your caseload out to see what exactly that could look like. So again, one of the real big things to us in academics was that we did have some continuity between the programs that we offered. And so when you look at this slide, I just want you to know the blue box that says Phase 2, all of these are computer programs and digital resources that we acquired over the summer that can be used in Phase 3, Phase 2, and Phase 1. These are a ton of resources that are most aligned to the curriculum that we have in place that will provide additional resources for student, not only if it's intervention, but also if it's enrichment and you want your students to go even further or get more practice. When we talk about Phase 1, I have a few programs there, but these programs will only be used if we go into a full phase-dependent virtual learning setting. So again, you'll see those things, but really those ones in the blue box, those are the best bang for our buck. But you will see some additional programming in the event that we have to go that route. And so again, I'm going to end kind of on the same slide that I started on. Guys, the phase-dependent learning, it gives teachers and students, because when we were mapping this out as an academic team, we've been doing it all summer, we didn't know where we would be. We still don't know where we're going to be. But we wanted a model academically that would support teachers to toggle, because we don't know if we're going to be shut down, on a Thursday and instruction has to continue on a Friday, or if we'll have a week's notice or no time's notice. So it was really important to us that we map something out that in the event that we had to turn on virtual or that we had to turn on blended, we have our programs in place and that we have our resources aligned for not only students but for our teachers so that they can be supported in any one of these models. So that was our thinking as we talk about phase-dependent learning as we went through this. And again, all of that is separate than the option of Lafayette Online Academy. Lafayette Online Academy, the student enrolls there and they take online courses full-time, but it is that student working at their pace throughout that course. And so it is a very independent, self-guided model for that student and that parent so they choose. Whereas we say phase-dependent, you're toggling with us depending on where those phases and those models take us. So I hope that provides some clarity to you guys. I hope that gives you guys an idea and a better snapshot of what our full academic plan and thinking is for this year. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. LeBeau?
Just one clarification. If somebody does have an IEP in place and they need to ask questions about the accommodations, how should they do that and when should they do that?
As soon as possible. Yeah, so our principals, our counselors, they start coming back this week so they can start to reach out to the school, and we will start to have those conversations as soon as we can. Ms. Ortego, our SPED director, if it is an IEP, they will review all of those students and they are going to reach out to parents if we don't hear from them as well. Same thing, we talked about this last night with the LOA conversation. If you did sign up for LOA, our schools, every single kid that put in an application, our school SBLC, school-based level committee teams, will contact you to go over to make sure you understand, especially in high school, what that may do to the schedule or if there's a different pathway or other things that may be, just so that you guys are fully informed as you make that decision as well. And that would include, Ms. LeBeau, the IEP and IAP students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Trosclair?
Yes, so throughout the process of planning for the start of school, whatever that start may look like, we've been working collaboratively all summer with other districts, the Louisiana Department of Health, the Louisiana Department of Education, particularly around the safety protocols that should be in place for our students and our staff. And we have with us this evening Dr. Tina Stefanski, the Regional Medical Director of the Office of Public Health. She's reviewed our plan, and I'd like her just to address the board on some of the work that we've done. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Trosclair, members of the board, the president. Oops, is that good? So thanks for the opportunity to be here. As Ms. Trosclair said, throughout the summer we've been working with the Louisiana Department of Education and our local school districts, trying to work through this. This is uncharted territory. There's no playbook. I don't think any other country has opened schools with the number of cases that we've got currently circulating, number of cases that we've got currently in this state and certainly in this region. So I think we're gonna, we'll work through all of this together with the goal in mind of keeping children your teachers, faculty safe. And so Julie is a great resource, as is Jennifer and other members of your staff. So you've got a wonderful, as y'all already know, really a wonderful team of people here. And parents, hopefully know that as well, that you've really got, this district has the best interests of the kids and faculty and staff in mind as we're working through all of these plans. So I'm going to appreciate the opportunity to be here. I don't know if you have any questions or if you want me to just stay in the event that there might be questions as we proceed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Ms. Trosclair? Okay, thank you. And I'd like to let you know it was very evident how hard y'all worked all summer. The Saturdays, the Sundays, the early mornings, the late nights. You send Jennifer Gardner an email at 2 o'clock in the morning because that's when I'm waking up, and she replies 5 minutes later. It's like, Jesus Christ. Is she waking up or has she not gone to bed yet? But the part we played in this was minimal, but I know myself, I was kept abreast of what was going on, not definitely in detail, but definitely want to thank staff for everything they did. And for those texting Mr. Centanni and concerned, Mr. Centanni does not have COVID. Someone in his family did. He's just quarantining, and he wanted me to pass that on to y'all. I didn't want to put his business out there, but he asked that I let everyone know he is fine. We'll now move to the consent agenda. I'll read off the items. If anyone would like anything pulled, please say so. 4.1, discussion and/or action concerning proposed revision to policy file BBC school board committees. 4.2, discussion and/or action concerning resolution 07-20-1986 HEROES Act. 4.3, discussion and/or action concerning the 2020-2021 Learn Lafayette School reopening plan. 4.4, discussion and/or action concerning a request for an attorney, general opinion related to internet services. 4.5, discussion and/or action concerning emergency declaration resolution 03-20-1977 COVID-19. 4.6, Child Nutrition Services, discussion and/or action concerning bid award number 16-21 kitchen equipment. 4.7, Child Nutrition Services, discussion and/or action concerning bid awards 2020-2028 dry and frozen food products. 4.8, Employee Services, discussion and/or action concerning the Early Childhood Guide Facilitator job description. 4.9, Employee Services, discussion and/or action concerning the Early Childhood Lead Agency Coach. 4.10, Employee Services, discussion and/or action concerning the 2020-2021 salary schedule. 4.11, Employee Services, discussion or action concerning the revised Employee Services General List job description. 4.12, Employee Services, discussion or action concerning the returning teacher stipend. 4.13, Facilities, discussion and/or action concerning approval of electrical servitude agreement for L.J. Alamo Middle School Wing Addition. 4.14, Facilities, discussion and/or action concerning approval of quotes for Paulboro Middle athletic lockers. 4.15, discussion and/or action concerning approval of bids received for sale of surplus portable buildings. 4.16, discussion and/or action concerning approval of quotes for J.W. Falk Elementary concrete driveway repairs. 4.17, discussion and/or action concerning approval of quotes for Youngsville Middle concrete driveway repairs. 4.18, discussion and/or action concerning approval of quotes for Paulboro Middle elevator repairs. Discussion and/or action concerning resolution 07-20-1985 Ash Industries Industrial Tax Exemption Application. 4.20, discussion and action concerning the approval of the Louisiana Compliance Questionnaire for fiscal year 2020. 4.21, discussion and action concerning the sales tax collection report for June 2020. 4.22, discussion and action concerning budget to actual reports for June 2020. 4.23, discussion and or action concerning the grant fund summary for June 2020. 4.24, discussion and or action concerning bid award, Duplicator Inc. and Masters bid number 02-21. 425, discussion and or action concerning bid award, 610 limestone bid. 4.26, discussion and or action concerning bid award, P gravel bid 08-21. Discussion and or action concerning bid award for bids 01-21 calculators. 4.28, discussion and or action concerning bid award early childhood education supplies bid number 14-21. 4.29, discussion and or action concerning bid award homeless department school supply kits bid number 21-21. 4.30, the superintendent discussion and or action concerning the minutes of June 10th, 2020 and July 7th, 2020. And 4.31 is approval of all action consent items.
Brett.
Yes, Mr. Angel.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we approve all items.
We're going to need to pull some items.
I think we pulled one. That we adopt all items that were not pulled.
Wait.
We're going to need to pull 4.5. I need somebody to pull that.
Okay, I'll pull the 4.5.
Mr. President, can I pull 4.1? I apologize.
You can. All right, we have a motion from Mr. Angel
I'll second.
and a second from Ms. Morrison that we approve all items not pulled. Items pulled are 4.1, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, and 4.12. Now is your opportunity if you'd like to speak on any item not pulled. Public comment. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. They're comments, not questions. Please make them germane to the topic and germane to the topic only.
Sure. I just need a minute to clean because I want to practice what you guys are saying you're going to do for our schools.
Fine. You go ahead and clean, being you haven't worn a mask since you've been in here. There is a rule to wear a mask, ma'am. You really need to put it on when you're sitting in the back and social distance.
I have a few things I want to talk about a couple of different agenda items that were not pulled.
3 minutes.
So I have 3 minutes on each agenda item.
No, you have 3 minutes.
Can I get an attorney's opinion on that?
Sure.
On each agenda item that was not pulled, Robert's rule.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll be quick. You all have my email about the reopening plan, so I won't bore you with that, and I'm sure all the other parents here will talk about that. So I will address what you just talked about, Mr. Latchley. My son has a medical condition that actually exempts him from wearing a mask, as do I. And under federal law, I'm not required or obligated to let you know what that exemption is. And under the Attorney General's statement, I'm not required to. And under the governor's decree, I'm not required to. So my son will not be coming to school with a mask. So this is how my son will be coming to school. So be prepared for that. The other thing I want to talk about is you have agenda item 4.20 is the legislative audit. Was that before or after you guys did a reorg and completely dismantled the Child Welfare and Attendance Office? And according to Louisiana statute, you're supposed to have a truancy officer for every 7,500 students, and right now you only have 2, and you have roughly 32,000 students. So that was the other one. I don't know what my time is right now. Sorry, you got me a little bit thrown off on that statute right there. I guess that's really it. My point is, how you guys act here in the boardroom is a reflection of how we expect you guys to act in the classrooms. I personally have no faith that you are going to keep the classrooms clean when 10 people came up here and spoke and not one time did anybody come up here and clean the mic. Not one time did anybody clean the mic. You're welcome to use this.
Ms. Reed, come on up.
Julia Reed, Lafayette Parish Association of Educators President. I wish to speak on 4.2. I would like to begin by thanking Dr. Aguilar for helping me to place this item on the agenda and you for considering it. We're asking for your support of the HEROES Act. COVID-19 has brought to light many of the inequities that pervade our society. Many students do not have access to the things they need to be successful in school. This results in the digital divide and the homework gap. While the CARES Act provided some resources to address this, it's not enough. The funding from the HEROES Act would help us continue to address the lack of resources for our students. And get us a head start on closing that gap. There is also funding for PPE in schools. When it is time to open the schoolhouse, we should be able to do so safely. And keeping our staff and students safe for the duration of the COVID crisis is going to probably be expensive and cost local LEAs money that they do not have. And no child or educator should be unsafe because of a lack of funding. The bill would also address shortfalls in our state and local governments. There's currently a controversy in our community over rec centers. What if we didn't even have to have that argument? That we had this money, we could keep those rec centers open to serve our most vulnerable children. One of them actually is across the street from the school that I teach at, Paul Bro. So this is important to me personally. Our community would have one less thing to worry about, and we can focus on working together to get our children through this crisis. This bill also has a student debt relief that includes teachers. Budgeting and saving through student-detached teaching is very hard. You're essentially working a full-time job and paying tuition, and that full-time job does not pay. This is especially hard on teachers that don't come from affluent backgrounds. Also, it's a hardship on minority teachers, and we need more minority teachers in our classrooms. And no educator should be kept out of the classroom by student debt. We have to keep up the flow of qualified teachers into our classroom because our students deserve the best teachers possible. In closing, I'm asking you to join our local, state, and national organizations in urging the Senate to consider this bill. It is the only bill with more funding for COVID-related expenses to pass either part of Congress. Let our legislators know that we want to reach each and every student in the safest way possible. Please help us keep the promise of public education alive for every student. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Dr. Aguilar, would you like to read the resolution, or would you like me to read it so that everyone knows what we're talking about?
I don't mind reading it.
Thank you.
Resolution 07-20-1986, whereas in December 2019, a novel coronavirus known as SARS-CoV-2 was first detected, causing outbreaks of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, that has now spread globally and prompting the President of the United States to declare a national emergency on March 13, 2020, under authority vested in him by the Constitution and laws of the United States of America. And whereas our nation's future well-being relies on a high-quality public education system that prepares all students for college, careers, democracy, and lifelong learning, and whereas our nation's school systems, colleges, and universities must be adequately funded and supported in order to prevent prolonged learning disruptions which threaten the future and well-being of our communities and the economy, and whereas COVID-19 has brought to light the stark realities of a digital divide called the homework gap, the inability to do schoolwork at home due to to lack of internet access, which affects up to 12 million students. A disproportionate amount who are black, brown, live in rural areas, or come from low-income families. And whereas the COVID-19 crisis has increased the need for emotional and mental support services in schools, and whereas the 2020-2021 school year will be history-making in that the impacts of COVID-19 will be comprehensive and affect all aspects of our students' lives, from food and housing, security to access to health care and educational technology and beyond, evidencing it is more important now than ever that a child's chances for success must not depend on whether they have internet access at home and have access to a personal learning device. And whereas the safety and well-being of students and educators when they return to school cannot be compromised, and whereas our country and public schools are facing serious financial challenges due to the COVID-19 crisis, therefore, be it resolved that the Lafayette Parish School Board joins the National Education Association, Louisiana Association of Educators, and Lafayette Parish Association of Educators in their support of the passage of the HEROES Act, which provides $200 billion to fill state and local budget gaps, including PPE, and narrowing the digital divide, relief for students, loan borrowers, including educators, and more funding for schools allocated by formula based on poverty. Be it further resolved that the Lafayette Parish School Board calls on the governor, state legislature, and state education boards and administrators to support the passage of the HEROES Act so that all students receive the opportunities and supports that they deserve. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution shall be transmitted to our governor and to all members of the United States House of Representatives and Senate representing the families in our district. This resolution to be adopted by the Lafayette Parish School Board in Lafayette Parish, Louisiana, at the regular open meeting held this 22nd day of July 2020.
Thank you, Dr. Aguilar. Sir, you may come up to the podium.
Hello, how are you? I'm Pearson Cross. I teach at UL. It's good to see some of you who I know fairly well. I'm always happy to see you. I'm here just to have some general comments about this meeting. I've been following it online and with great interest, and there are a few things that I'm interested in. One is that, as Dr. Tina Stefanski pointed out, the state's cases are rising, and in fact, if the state's cases were the way they are right now back in March, the governor would be quite right in saying we are in phase 1. I would argue that, frankly, the epidemic in the state puts us in phase 1. I think the governor is keeping us in phase 2 for political considerations. I think if you looked at it from a strictly medical standpoint, the COVID virus is widespread and increasing. The numbers are going up. People are getting infected. Why not concede here, as they've done in New Orleans, that is in fact the case, and go virtual, or at least do what Baton Rouge did today, which is say we're going to delay starting, we're going to make sure the numbers are down in a safe zone. So we're assuming that we're in phase 2 because the governor says so, but from an epidemiological standpoint, frankly, I don't really think we're quite there. I'm worried for the safety, not of necessarily the students themselves, but for the faculty, the staff, and the people at home. In my house, there are 2 people who have conditions that are considered to be at risk. The 2 children that I have in the system theoretically would come home and could very well infect us. So I have doubts about the viability. Now, I do have to say I love your plan. I think the plan that Dr. Rabelais put together and you all have worked on, I think it's a great plan. I just don't think that the situation in terms of the pandemic warrants anything but virtual right now, and I think it's rash to proceed with a phase 2 plan when we are frankly in a phase 1 situation. And that's all my remarks.
Thank you. Ma'am, come on up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pamela Tebow, and I'm a grandmother. I was sitting here listening about y'all speaking about how y'all can protect our kids and how y'all can keep them safe, and about them sanitizing their hands and wearing their masks. Well, I'm here, and y'all talking about like every morning before they get on the bus or when they're at school, you want to check the temperature. Well, I'm here to tell you that that's not the only way that you can detect coronavirus. I am 33 days healed from this virus. And my concern is my grandkids going to school and getting sick and affected by this virus. The same day that I got sick, I went somewhere and they scanned me to see if I had a temperature. Well, I didn't have a temperature. But that night when I went home, I started catching bad abdominal stomach pains that had me in a fetal position, holding my stomach, calling on Jesus because it was hurting me that bad. The pain was that bad. Okay, I didn't have no fever, no colds, no chills, no cough, no nothing. Then I started catching bad severe headaches, like real severe anxiety, bad headaches. Laying in a bed for 3 days. Couldn't move, couldn't do nothing. Couldn't keep food on my stomach. Nauseated, throwing up. Lost my taste buds. I couldn't taste, I couldn't eat, I couldn't smell, I couldn't do nothing. Just laid there. My daughter came home, she said, "Mama, what's wrong?" I said, "Something not right with me." She said, "Get up and get ready, go to the hospital." What was wrong? I started telling her everything that was going on with me.
Ma'am, we rule 4.3, 4, 5, and 12. We're not speaking on the starting school plan. Please let us know what agenda item you're speaking on so we know what the topic is. Thank you.
Basically, if you're here to talk about the restart plan and whether we go to school or not, or full virtual, you'll have a chance to talk about that in the next round. It'll come up in about 10 minutes. That's the time to talk about starting school.
I was directed to come up here and speak about it now, so I'll wait for my
Okay.
time. I'll
Yes,
preserve
ma'am.
my time.
Yes, ma'am. Only agenda items that were not pulled. Come on up.
Good evening. Superintendent Trusclair, President, Board members. My name is Laura Smitty Smith, and I am the President of our Bus Drivers Association. I'm just here on the behalf of our bus drivers who want to let you guys know that we're going to work with Mr. Watson, on getting back to school. Our drivers want to get back to school. We're going to provide the safe transportation. We've always provided safe transportation. So we're just asking, please bring us back to our kids because we love them. We take them as our own. We won't let nothing happen to them.
Thank you. Any other comments, public comments on items not pulled? Any board member comment on any items not pulled? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote.
Seven for, one against.
Thank you. We will now go to items pulled. The first item pulled was 4.1. That was by Ms. LeBou. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to accept.
We have a motion to accept. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. LeBou and a second by Ms. Morrison that the board approve the proposed change to the policy file BBC School Board Committee. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Ms. Reed? We're going to give you that portable microphone so you don't have to keep getting up.
Thank you. Joy Reed, Lafayette Parish Association of Educators again. So previously, we and the other teachers associations, APEL and LFT, have enjoyed representation on this committee, and we would like to continue to do so. I know that it says in the document as it's outlined that they can adopt bylaws that allow that. However, we would like to ask that it could be written into the policy. And I'm not asking just for my own association. I'm also willing to share that representation with the other teacher associations who may not be here to represent their members. But I do believe in one thing, and that is teacher voice. And I would like to make sure that I can continue to ask members to participate. Right now, we have 2 representatives who serve. Neither one are which myself. So we really would hope that you would consider maybe amending it to include all 3 of the teacher associations. A lot of times teachers feel more comfortable volunteering for things through us rather than going through the school board. Not that that is deserved at all. I take every opportunity I can to assure my membership that, you know, but people in our administration want to hear from them. But they still do feel that. So again, we ask that you maybe consider including representation from the 3 associations still.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Any other public comment on item 4.1? Any board member comment on item 4.1? Ms. LeBeau?
Mr. President, I actually got my question answered from Mr. Centanni, so I'll just make a motion to...
I think Mr. Centanni wants to make a comment.
Oh, Mr. President, okay.
The motion's already.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead,
Yes,
Mr.
we can.
Centanni.
Okay, can somebody tell me what the motion on the floor is, please?
To accept it, Justin.
That the board approve the proposed changes to policy file BBC School Board Committee.
Okay, I'll just very briefly, I'll tell you that I worked with the committee chairwoman to make changes. The goal of these changes to policy is to memorialize the existence of the committee in the board policy. Because in the past, it was somewhat difficult for people to know exactly how members are appointed. And the committee chairwoman desired to have a stronger sense of autonomy between the committee and the board, so that the employees and retirees who are making recommendations on our group benefits plan can govern their own affairs. So to Ms. Reed's comments, you know, I agree with her. The teachers associations traditionally have had membership on the committee. They should have membership on the committee. This is a committee for teachers and retirees. I don't think anyone associated with the committee is looking to take any representation away from anyone right now. So, but I would also, I think this is a better solution from a policy perspective to let the committee govern its own affairs. So that's just the explanation of why this item's on the agenda tonight.
Thank you, sir. Any other board member comments? Hearing none, Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for the vote and get ready to bring up 4.3, which I have a strong feeling that's what the majority of the people are here for, some board members have asked that we take a 5-minute recess for water break, restroom break, whatever you need, and then we'll come back. Motion carries 8 yes, 0 no, 1 absent. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute or so recess and
And that way you don't have to roll, see that. Have a little.
I think it's just for show.
It's just for show, huh?
She's got something like that.
I read that like 4 times. I was like, wait, what?
I think it's the first one. I don't know what the first one is. Dr. Robert Lake can't answer.
I couldn't answer it. I was like, I'm gonna have to. I was giving you one.
Oh, they start coming up. I'm like, you know what? We've got so many of them. I don't see 90%. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we get everybody back in the boardroom. As we're waiting for everyone to return, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go a little out of order. 4.3 is the hot topic, so the other three that have been pulled should not be that complicated, and we have individuals here for that may want to leave, so we'll hold 4.3 As we return, item 4.4, discussion and/or action concerning a request for an Attorney General opinion related to Internet services. Ms. LeBeau?
Mr. President, I move we authorize the superintendent to seek an opinion from the Louisiana Attorney General relative to Internet access for students.
Motion by Ms. LeBeau, seconded by Mr. Angel. On this motion, do we have any public comment? Any board member comment? Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote.
Can somebody explain what the declaration is requesting? Really quickly.
Would you like me to comment?
Please, anybody.
So we're seeking an opinion from the Attorney General on whether or not we may use some of our budget to seek internet access or purchase internet access for areas that may not have them for students should we need it.
Gotcha. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for that explanation, Ms. LeBeau.
Eight for, none against.
Motion carries. Next agenda item, 4.5, discussion and/or action concerning emergency declaration resolution 03-20-1977.
I'll make a motion to accept.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second that the board revokes emergency declaration resolution 03-20-1977 COVID-19 effective immediately.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I would like to respectfully move that we amend the resolution 3-20-1977 to vacate number 1, dealing with contracts, with all other provisions being maintained as is.
We have a substitute motion on the floor. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Angel and a second by Mr. Morrison. Can I see the motion, Mr. Angel?
Mr. President, I think, is it number 1 deals with delivery of meals to all children? Is that the correct number that we want to amend?
Members of the board, there are 2 at your desk. One is the one that you adopted back in March.
The original.
The original. The other one, which says amended, has already removed item 1 and leaves all the rest of them in.
Oh,
so you're looking at one that's already amended.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and go to public comment on resolution 03-20-1977. Is there any public comment? On the agenda item that we're on right now concerning the resolution.
Okay. Am I allowed to speak later on a different issue?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
All right.
Yes, you can.
So
speak.
on this agenda issue, could y'all, my comment on it is it's not clear what y'all have agreed to in this. Could someone give a quick review of like what all this covers? Because my memory of when y'all passed this in March is not at all clear. That's my comment.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Back in March, Lafayette Parish, like most other Yep. Back in March, your board, like every other board in the state, was facing a situation where board meetings were limited because of the inability to get a quorum for the meetings. And so many school districts across the state passed emergency declarations that bestowed additional authority to the superintendent. Now that this board is able to meet more readily and their issues have been placed behind them, we are simply tonight amending that emergency resolution that was passed to remove one item relative to contracts and related services. And so all other provisions of the prior resolution will remain in effect, and the item number 1 dealing with contracts is being removed. That's all that's being done.
Thank you, Mr. Geis.
So, thank you, I appreciate that. So could you clarify to me that with the exception of the thing that y'all are, have a motion to amend, all things that y'all abrogated to Ms. Trosclair in March remain abrogated to her, and y'all are simply meeting in an advisory way if it concerns that from the resolution?
No, ma'am. They're not meeting in an advisory capacity. The school board has simply said we're authorizing the superintendent to act on those issues.
Okay,
thank you.
Any other board member comment on this item? Oh, I'm sorry, public comment. Come on up, sir. Remember, comments only, no questions.
I would encourage the board to not just modify the one item.
Go to the mic, sir. So no, right here, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's being recorded. Thank you.
My apologies.
Not a problem.
I'm deeply stirred by the fact that y'all are considering continuing this resolution in force as it stands. Obviously, at the beginning of all this, it was something that just fell in our laps. It was an emergency. I mean, at this point, it's an ongoing crisis. The fact that basically given the authority to an unelected executive to adjust curriculum, work schedules, compensation, and staff assignments without any further board approval, and the authority to adjust the school calendar. I mean, that should be under your purview as an elected representative. How long, when does this end? There's no sunset provision in this. So, I would really encourage you to take that back and do your job, because obviously there's no lack of quorum, there's no reason that y'all can't have a meeting to make these decisions, and instead of leaving it in the hands of one person. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I just want to echo what that gentleman just said. You all just did a virtual meeting one time and met in full board meeting every other time.
Come on up, sir. We'll ask that you please keep your mask on while talking, at least while talking at the podium. Thank you.
Okay, my name is James Eaglin, and the same thing, I just want to repeat what the last two just said. I don't want to hold y'all too long, but it's the same thing.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment on the agenda item? Any board member comment on the item? Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote.
Eight for, none against.
Motion carries. Next up is 4.12 Employee Services. Discussion and or action concerning the returning teacher stipend. Mr. Broussard?
Motion to approve, and I pulled this for to just make some comments, but motion to approve.
We have a motion. Any public comment on this item?
Julia Reed, Lafayette Parish Association of Educators. So I had some members reach out to me about this, about the stipulation that they had to have received the stipend last year. And they felt that was an unfair punishment, that they did not plan, then nobody plans to miss the number of days you had to lose the stipend. So they asked me to advocate that that be removed from it, so where, just so long as they were a returning teacher, they could get the $500. And they also asked me to ask the board to revisit the actual high demand stipend itself, to possibly adopt some language around excluding sick days due to COVID-19 from counting against a teacher not getting the stipend. As an association, I think we think that this kind of blunts the effectiveness of it as a recruiting mechanism when you have things in it that people really can't control, that might make them less likely to accept that position. And we want to make sure that the students at these schools get the best teachers that they can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Any other public comment? Hearing none, is there any board member comment? Mr. Broussard?
Yes, I'd like to say thank you to the administrators who put this together and did the research, but I want to say thank you for the teachers who decide to return, and appreciate your efforts to try to put some stability in what we're trying to do in the transformation zone. When I took this seat some 5+ years ago, I promised my constituents that I would not micromanage. But certain things come to light that you've got to ask the question. We were looking for some 70, 80 teachers to fill that slot, and we wind up with I think 53 or 54, and 37 of them are returning. But what comes to mind is trying to build some cohesiveness in our schools, is that we've got a revolving door, play musical chairs, and we have got to find a way to sustain what we do. We are on, in 5 years, our 3rd superintendent, our 3rd human resource manager. Alice Boucher is on his 5th principal. Lafayette Middle is on their 5th principal. I applaud the people that came in today. J.W. Falk is on their 5th principal, and we can go on and on. We need to find what's the problem. I'm not blaming anyone. We've got a lot of work to do. If we are going to be in a district, we cannot be playing musical chairs every year, every 2 years. It will not. We cannot achieve our goal if we couldn't do that. A friend of mine told me that when you go to the doctor, you tell the doctor, I've got pains, I feel bad. The doctor asks, what's the symptoms? So I can treat it. So we need to find out what's the problem, what's the system, so we can correct it. We cannot, and we should not, and we will not be having this revolving door. Every month we've got a personnel change. For those who, the personnel change that came earlier, the word change means something different, as Webster described. And for those youngsters who don't know what Webster is, it's the grandfather of Google. That's what I used back in the day. So change means other than, and that's what we have been doing, other than. So we need to do better. But thank you for those who are returning, and we need to try to find the 42 seats or the teaching slots that are still vacant. We need to do that. If we want the best for our kids, we need to apply ourselves to apply the best that we've got for them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Broussard. Any other board member comment? Are you going to speak on Google, sir? Thank you.
I certainly can. Yeah, right. Encyclopedia Britannica would be the grandfather. Webster would be father. Really quickly, for some of you who maybe don't understand what this stipend is about, we have a high teacher turnover at some of our lower performing schools, and it's very key. As I could see Francis Tuchet nodding as soon as you were talking, like we have to figure out how to keep teachers at those schools. So those teachers that those teachers that missed 3 days or less, is that correct? 3 days or less for the fall received a small bonus, and then if you also missed 3 days or less for spring, you received a small bonus. And as well, there were as criteria for, certain subject areas that we were having trouble filling. But this is actually the return agenda item for teachers that met both of those criteria, fall and spring. It's very critical that we have the same teacher in front of a kid, because they learn the individual kids' learning patterns and any issues, so we can help fix and remedy and give them the ability to achieve a higher education. This is for those teachers that met said 3 days or less for fall and spring and are returning back to those same schools, such as Rosen, Lafayette Middle, Acadian Middle, Karen Crow, and Northside. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure I'm going to get it right, but I believe there were 38 teachers that received the initial bonuses for fall and spring, and 37 of those are returning. So those are 37 teachers that are coming back to the same schools where we need them. So just want to say thank you to those teachers.
Thank you, Dr. Chasson. Ms. LeBou?
I just want to clarify, they were not penalized from their bonus in the spring due to COVID. Okay, thank you.
If I could let staff know, I'm getting messages on my flip phone that the feed is lost. The YouTube feed is lost. People can't see it at home. So I don't know if we can correct that. Okay, thank you.
It had lost earlier.
Okay.
It's 7:04, and we have for a few seconds for those.
Okay. Any other board member comment? Hearing none, Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote.
To be just fine at my house. If that's
Thank you. While we wait for the vote, Mr. Centanni, do you have a cup of coffee nearby? I'd be willing to bet. Mr. Angel, while we wait for the vote, you had a comment you wanted to make, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to echo Mrs. Trostad, my appreciation for all of the work that you and all of the people that work for you have been doing for the last months. And everybody said, I mean, overtime, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think anybody in your staff can spell overtime. Overtime means nothing to them. They work to get the job done. And I want all of them to know that I really, really appreciate everything that they've done so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Angel. The motion carries 8 for, none against, 1 absent. Here we go. What everybody's here for. 4.3, discussion and our action concerning the 2020-2021 Learn Lafayette School Reopening Plan. Dr. Chasson.
Thank you, sir. I know you need a motion. So I'm going to use this opportunity to make a couple motions and see which one flies and which one doesn't. So for the first motion,
Make a motion to send it to,
I'd like to make a motion that we delay the start of school to after Labor Day and to reconvene before Labor Day with a special board meeting to make further decisions.
We have a motion by Dr. Chasson and a second by Mr. Broussard. I'm waiting for the motion to come up.
Britt, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm one of the ones that put this as a, sorry. My name is on this one. Can I speak before someone else makes a motion?
Okay, I'd given Dr. Chasson, he had pulled it.
Okay.
And he has a motion on the floor that the board delay the start of school to after Labor Day and reconvene before Labor Day with a special board meeting to make further decisions. Now, we do have a board meeting on August 13th, if I'm not mistaken. We were scheduled to meet August 13th.
That would suffice.
And then the school, I think school was supposed to start on August 14th, so we had the meeting before.
Okay. And let me respond to Ms. Smith-Mason. Yeah, Hannah, you feel free to talk if you want. It's normally typically whoever pulls it, then they make the motion, but then they're waiting to talk about it as well. So you can certainly, I don't mind. You can certainly say whatever you need to say. Or if you don't agree with it, you can also make a substitute motion if you want.
Wait, if you don't agree, say that again.
If you don't agree with the motion I just made, we can make multiple motions on this actual agenda item. Like, I'm just going for the start of school. I'm going to attack virtual
Well, I
a little
just wanted
later.
to explain why I put it on here as
Oh,
a
no, go
vote
ahead.
in the first place.
Go ahead. She can go ahead. Britt, that's
Yes.
fine with me.
Go ahead.
You know, I appreciate everyone that is here to speak. It takes great courage to get up here and speak, and it also takes great courage to lead. I wanted to clarify that this plan is not just one person, and as Mr. Tommy just said, you know, our staff and Ms. Trosclair they have worked tirelessly since March 13th. This is not a plan that was come up with overnight. It's one that they've been refining. This is the initial plan. Ms. Trosclair has consulted our community leaders, our community partners. Dr. Stefanski is here. You know, I just wanted to make it clear to our staff that I put this as to a vote, and this is actually the first thing that I've ever put on the agenda with my name on it, because we were elected to represent the people and to represent the voices. And I've gotten hundreds of emails. I have read every single one. I'm sorry I have not replied to every single one, but I've read them all. And you know, everyone who's sitting here was elected by you, and that's why I put it on the agenda. I wanted, even if it's inconvenient, even if we're here all night, I think that that's democracy. But I also wanted to let our staff know that I am so impressed with the hard work and the tireless hours that you've put in. You've consulted everyone possible to come up with these plans. I mean, to have Dr. Stefanski sitting here, I'm very proud. If anything has been proved in this pandemic, it has shown that education is essential, that our teachers are essential. It has shown me that I am not a good teacher to my children. And it also shows that our teachers are worth their weight in gold. I want our community to realize that. I want them to remember that when they vote on any issue concerning our schools. You know, I would love for everyone to get to go back, but we don't have enough buildings. We don't have enough teachers. You know, here we are trying to figure out a way to keep our teachers. So, bravo to our staff. Thank you for being here, community. This shows that you care. Everyone in this room cares, no matter what you have to say. So, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a motion on the floor that the board delay the start of school to after Labor Day and reconvene before Labor Day with a special board meeting to make further decisions. Any public comment
Can I
on
make a
this motion?
substitute
That-
motion? I'm sorry if I'm out of order. Can I make a substitute motion?
Yes, you can.
I'd like to make the motion that we stick with the August 17th start date.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion from Ms. Mason that we stay with the August 17th start date, seconded by Ms. LeBeau. Any public comment on this motion?
Yes.
Yep.
I don't know if this is on. Can you hear me? Yes, it is. Okay. Hi, my name is Erin May, and I'm a teacher in the district. And I was asked by a fellow educator, Amy Muller, who could not be here today because she's high risk, to read this letter on her behalf. She says, as an educator and parent of 2 public school children, I do not think our district will be able to implement all policies and procedures mandated by BESI and LDOE. The overall physical condition of LPSS's facilities have been neglected for years due to underfunding. LPSS could not keep its facilities properly cleaned and maintained prior to the pandemic, and we believe that LPSS's past behavior is the best way to predict its future. Amy continues, my youngest daughter will be in 2nd grade this year, which is a grade that LPSS is not requiring to wear a mask. These younger students especially spread germs through poor hygiene, even when not coughing and sneezing. My husband, who's also a teacher, and I agree that we do not feel comfortable sending our own children to a school building. If we are forced to go work on campus instead of teaching virtually from home, we are forced to act against our better judgment as parents and send our children to a neglected and possibly infected school building. Please consider that regardless of how safe things look on paper, teachers will be in contact with up to over 120 students daily who may not be following protocols. They will be in buildings with no hot water to wash their hands. They'll be in a room with insufficient space to properly socially distance. They will be forced to share supplies due to inadequate funding. They'll be placed in an environment that will certainly not slow the spread, but will potentially contribute to it. She asks that we have standards put in place for the following: protection of high-risk employees and students and their families, protocol following someone on campus testing positive, fair policies regarding employee sick leave for multiple quarantine, and whistleblower policies for schools employees not following safety protocols and guidelines that were established by the district. She says the bottom line is that teachers are not responsible for the recovery of the economy. Let's not require our educators and students to risk our lives unnecessarily. That's the end of her letter, but I would like to conclude my comment by repeating what Dr. Stefanski said earlier, which was no other country has opened schools with the number of cases we have.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the agenda item we're speaking on is the start of school. If you have a comment on the board starting school on August 17th, y'all didn't put the substitute motion up? That's what we're discussing. We're not discussing the whole plan or the whether we'll go virtual or so forth and so on. Right now we're discussing the item is the start date. If you have a comment on starting August 17th.
Right, so my motion was to keep, basically, I don't know if I need to amend my motion more clearly, but.
No, it was. The good motion is up there now.
Right, I wanted to keep the 17th,
Correct.
which is the recommended action.
Right.
Okay, that's
Right.
my sub-motion.
The recommended action is that we stick with the August 17th start date. So that's what we're discussing now. There'll be many motions made throughout this. So if you want to talk about the 17th or the Labor Day, that's what we're discussing right now.
Mr. President, can I make one point of clarification on the public comment that was made?
Correct.
Teachers will not be teaching virtually from home. They will be teaching in their classrooms if we are in phase one, correct,
Yes.
Superintendent Trostler?
Yes, that's correct.
So I just want to make sure that teachers and faculty and staff understand that even in phase one virtual, people will be at school
Okay.
in their work environment.
I think we can discuss that further when we get there. Each item, each motion that's going to come up, if that's the item you want to speak on, please speak. We're gonna probably have a bunch of them. So if you want to talk on the start of school, come on up. Come on up.
Hold on, really quickly. I think, so just really quickly, everybody take a deep breath, because it's real tense in here. Everybody relax.
Calm down.
I believe everybody's comments going forward, whether we're on this item or whatever motion that we're making, are going to be germane to the actual topic, based upon the fact that whether I want to start school 2 weeks later or on September 1st or August 17th, I think everybody in line, I'm assuming a lot of you are here to delay the start of school or go virtual or protect the kids. So I think everything that they're going to say going forward will have something to do with it. So I don't know how we're going to separate the individual comments. So
Right,
we can
Mr.
either let them
President,
talk.
yeah. I
We
have
can
a
either
question.
hold on. We can either let them talk now, or we can try and separate it. It's going to be pretty tough, Britt. It's going to be almost impossible. So we probably need to go ahead and allow them. So basically, since it's the actual agenda item, they have a right, whatever motion is taking place, they can come and speak on the agenda item, correct?
Correct. They can speak as one time as to the agenda item, and I just suggest, as the president did, that as it relates to these competing motions, if there's something they want to speak, let's don't wait until one motion prevails or another one fails to come back up on the same item. So,
right.
Yes.
Right.
On the same item, we're going to have many different items.
Right. Well, no, but that's what he's saying.
So-
He's actually, I'm assuming you're agreeing with me.
For the
I just want to be clear.
So-
Total on the entire item, right?
Right, so what I was
Wait,
hoping.
hold on, guys, hold on. My question is for the actual lawyer. Hold on, give me 1 second. I don't want to hit anybody with a point of order, just.
The law says prior to the vote on the agenda item,
Okay.
then you allow for public comment. So there is two motions relative to one vote here on the date of opening. I think you should allow public comment on either one of those proposals. Now, if we're going to take another vote, the safest course of action would be, on another item, would be to allow public comment on that as well.
Public comment on that, okay.
So we're discussing the start of school right now, is what we're discussing.
Right. But that's what he's saying, though, Britt. He's saying let them speak now, because some other item may come up, such as another motion that causes other evoked emotions and reactions that they want to address, and you should allow them to speak.
Oh,
as
they'll be
well.
able to come back. They'll be able to come back up on every one.
Okay.
But right now, we're discussing the start of school, so that's what we want to discuss.
Okay.
The next motion may be which phase we start school in. The next motion may be if we have matching socks. You know, I had to throw that one.
Right.
All right, so what we're doing, we're discussing, we have two motions on the floor. We have the substitute motion that the board stick with the August 17th start date, and you can also speak on the motion that you would like to delay school starting on Labor Day.
I don't think that I said my motion clearly. I want to stick with the I guess my sub-motion should actually be that we approve the plan the way that it's stated with the August 17th start date. I was just a point of detail that I was calling out.
All right. Mr. Latchley, hold on 1 second.
So my motion would be to approve, my sub-motion would be to
Hold on 1
approve
second,
the.
because I'm going to tell you I'm going to tell you inevitably what I'm going to end up doing. If it looks as though the whole plan is going to pass, I'm going to retract my motion and make a substitute motion on now your original motion, which is actually a substitute motion. So just stick with the start date, because I may hit certain points regardless.
Okay.
So I won't even allow it to get there.
All right,
So
I was just
you
trying
may
to be-
want, yeah, I'm just telling you ahead of time.
I was
'cause-
trying to be a little more efficient.
No, I understand. I know,
where
like,
you're
you would
going.
prefer for the plan to pass as is.
Yes.
I want to attack start date and then virtual versus hybrid. So
Okay.
I'm going to end up doing it regardless. I don't
All right,
even
I'll
want to try to.
respect your-
Yeah, I don't want to.
Your intent.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Public comment, let's go. Let's move forward.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. My name is Marja Broussard. I'm actually the Vice President of NAACP for District D. I haven't been here in quite a while, since my dear friend Irma Treskler started. Okay, let's go. The NAACP as local education agency asks local education agencies to delay the start of school and provide more necessary supports for stakeholders in preparation for virtual learning. On July the 14th, the Louisiana Board of Education and Secondary Education met to adopt COVID-19 related minimum health safety standards for reopening schools and universities across the country. As a result, by Act 9, formerly House Bill 59, these standards were centered around the Louisiana Department of Education, The NAACP strongly opposes the reopening of brick and mortar schools at this time and asks that every school system delay the start of school across the state to at least after Labor Day. For the initial reopening, every district should utilize the virtual or remote learning model while keeping schools open for students who shall require.
Can you talk with that on?
I'm having a hard time, but they've said two different things. They said to leave it on, and then they said to take it off.
You have to remove it because you're going to pass out.
Thank you. Well, he said to leave it on.
I understand, but that's the whole point. If you pass out, then you still don't get to talk.
Well, that's why I was pulling it away from me so that I can breathe. So thank you for that, Tim.
Go ahead.
But he also said, I'm listening
Okay,
back
but
there,
just
he
go ahead,
also
just finish.
said to
Let's-
leave it on.
The medical professional, the nurse in the room asks that we ask the speakers to please keep the mask on after people were taking it off. So that's why I mentioned that.
And I'm in the medical field
okay,
too,
okay.
27 years as an LPN and a respiratory therapist, but I was here to comply
All right.
and just get my message out. So, let me continue. Remote learning while keeping school open for students who shall require in-person instructions, such as students with certain disabilities, homeless, and foster students, pre-K through second grade students who have no one in their household who can safely care for them or help them access learning through their devices, or to those who lack internet access because internet is not available in their area. Adequate and comprehensive input must be considered for all stakeholders, including but not limited to parents, educators, staff support, bus drivers, pediatric specialists, mental health workers, etc. The NAACP's concerns are as follows. Mental health services have not been provided to students who already experienced the trauma of the spring closure. What will happen if schools that are reopening have shut down again? Students in marginalized communities are more likely to be impacted by this type of trauma. Specialists including those that presented during the Betsy special meeting on July the 14th have stated that COVID-19 impact the African American community twice as much as white individuals. Many public school systems are either half or majority African American. Without more safety standards in place, it will be fatal to our community. There's a gross lack of accountability measures and transparency.
Ma'am, your 3 minutes is up. I paused it while you were talking for.
Miss Gardner, she asked, Dr. Shasta.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay.
She'll be able to read her letter. We'll allow it this time. Ma'am, continue with your letter.
Okay, I tell you what, I think you guys get the point. I'll get the emails and just send it out because it is a press release from the NAACP. So thank you for this time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
So we're discussing the start of school, right? Okay, good. I'm in favor of, and I encourage you guys to consider, I know you guys all got my email, delay until after Labor Day. If last night, for nothing else, is an example of why. Last night, all we heard repeatedly was, we're working on that, we still haven't figured it out, we're still ironing it out, we're still learning, we may, we shall, we might, maybe, we don't know yet, definitely there's a chance. So those are not words, and I totally respect Ms. Trostclair's administration and all the work that's been done since March 13th, but if you present a plan, then you should have had the mays and the shalls and the mights and the maybes figured out before you put that plan out there. And I feel like it's too premature and it's reckless to go into it less than 30 days before school starts when you don't have those figured out yet. And I think if you give it until after Labor Day and you figure out all these other little things so you have a definite answer, because you could start school August 17th and then August 25th have to shut everything down. And you don't have that all figured out clearly. Last night was a perfect example of how much you don't have it figured out. So I encourage you all to wait and pause just a little bit. Not shut everything down, but just delay the start of school until you have absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, filled it out. So when you have another LOA meeting, every single time a question is asked, you have a definitive answer with a definitive response and a place to show it, and we don't have any more, we might be working on it, we maybe, we might, we don't know, we're still thinking about it. Thank you.
Come on up, Ms. Reed.
Julia Reed, Lafayette Parish, it's okay if I pull my mask down? Okay. Lafayette Parish Association of Educators. I want to start out by saying thank you to the staff for their hard work to make sure that the return to schools is safe for students. I would especially like to say I appreciate Ms. Trostclair and her staff for taking time to answer our members' questions and taking their concerns seriously, like masks for younger grades and midday temperature checks. We really appreciate that. I also want to say that at the end of the day, we have the same goal, the safe return of students and staff to schools. We may differ in what we think that looks like, but never doubt that is what is in our hearts, as we do not doubt that is what is in your heart. We love our students and cannot wait to see their beautiful faces as soon as it is safely possible to do so. And once we are there, we are committed to supporting students and staff no matter what that return looks like. That being said, it is the position of our membership that the safest return to school is to postpone to further allow a decline in cases to take effect from the governor's additional mandates and restrictions, or to start virtually for the majority of students. The number of educators supporting a virtual return in our association has doubled in the last 2 weeks. We did 2 surveys, one prior to the LPSS survey and one after, and this is not meant to say that theirs was not good, but just that we're a little more flexible in polling people. The membership doubled. Over 70% indicated they supported pushing back to after Labor Day or going virtual for the first 9 weeks. Educators are scared to return to a hybrid model on August 17th. We have a saying in education, Maslow before Bloom, which means that we must meet the biological, emotional, and safety needs of children before you can educate them. But what people often forget is that adults have the same needs for safety. When they do not feel safe, it becomes hard, even impossible, to make a child feel safe. Teachers cannot pour from empty cups. It is something I've learned over the past few years on my journey to become a more trauma-sensitive teacher. We want to be the best we can for our students. Please help us be that for them. They deserve the best. We also worry about our most vulnerable students. The CDC states on their website that people of color of all ages are more at risk for severe complications or death from COVID. Increased spread will affect them and their families disproportionately. Many of these students already have experienced trauma in their lives due to systemic racism and other factors that are outside of their control. This will add even more to their already loaded plates. Many of the students I personally have taught over the years, largely minority and low-income students, live in multi-generational homes or are raised by elderly relatives. I personally spent a portion of my childhood being raised by my grandparents due to the economic circumstances of my parents. If they lose their child care, where would they go? We already have an overwhelmed child care system.
Your 3 minutes is up.
I only have about can I get maybe 30, 45 more seconds? Okay. We already have an overloaded welfare system. There are disadvantages to distance learning too, but I am confident that we as teachers can fix that. It is the reason we signed up for this job. We stay late, we show up early, and we do what we need to help our students. But if we are not here due to sickness or death or fear, we cannot do that. We will continue to close whatever gaps our students have, because that is who we are, and that is what we do. In closing, our association urges a pushback of school start or a virtual return. Please join us in helping us serve our students in the best way we feel we can.
Thank you, Ms. Reed.
My name is Maria Delacroix Smith, and I have 2 children in the school system. I came beginning before any motions, and I'm grateful that there has been an awareness of a lot of the sentiments of many parents and teachers. I'm asking the board to disapprove this plan. We need a much later start date and a far more transparent and considered detailed plan that gets communicated and puts staff safety front and center, and that is not possible with a start date of August 17th. Taking the first 9 weeks to work out a viable, safe plan that allows the incidences of positive cases to go down, as well as allowing time for the staff to engage the actual customers, the parents and students. There's 30,000 students in this system, and a 4-page plan cannot communicate or address those needs. Most questions remain unanswered. But science shows it is safe to physically return now, or August 17th, rather than wait for cases to decline for 14 consecutive days. Conversely, what science shows a delay will permanently impede students' education. None of the special populations have answers. SPED, 504, gifted immersion or enrichment, career center, language immersions, ESL, homeless, other magnet academies. None of these parents have clear answers about their programs. A delay, even if it is just till Labor Day, but I applaud the motion that says let's have another special meeting that allows us to consider this one point. I applaud that motion. None of these programs have clear answers, definite answers about their programs. Device and connectivity, distribution, and availability is not clear. Teachers have no answers. I have not met a single teacher, and I have not met a single parent who has a clear idea of what's happening in just a few weeks. They don't know how their sick leave will be handled, or if they will have to use their own sick leave for an illness that they didn't do anything to contract. Who supervises or removes a sick child or a sick teacher? These are not clear, and they will not be clear by August 17th. Where will PPE come from when medical personnel are very challenged in attaining that? I understand, and I heard the answer tonight that it's been ordered, but not sure that it's going to get here for August 17th. I think we stand a better chance if we delay opening. There are so many unanswered questions and no transparency or dialogue with the patrons of this system that we need to take the time afforded us by a 9-week delay to opening. At the very least, I do strongly support the
3 minutes,
motion.
ma'am.
I strongly support the motion
We're going
for
to
the
get
delay
strict on
to
the 3
Labor Day.
minutes. We're going to get strict on the 3 minutes. If not, we're going to be here all night. 3 minutes per vote. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. I was up earlier, but I was on for the 4.12 HERO Act. Now I'm up here speaking about the concerns of the reopening of the school. I'm speaking to the people in here. We can't be quick to turn our cheeks or turn our face to the other side and have a deaf ear to what us parents or people in here that's concerned about pertaining to the school and the opening of our children and grandchildren. I've never been to a city meeting. I've never been to a board meeting. This is my first time. And I believe in my heart that if you know God, God comes to us through signs, visions, and dreams. He might be sending me here to share a testimony with you. Okay? And Mr. Broussard, what you said, we have to put our children's best interest first. And in my heart, I truly believe that if we allow our grandkids and kids to go to school on the date that y'all plan to have them go to school, I don't think they'll be safe. Y'all say y'all gonna have a COVID-19 team at the schools. Well, let me tell you something. When I first caught this virus, the first person called me from out of state was the Louisiana Health Department, the people who in this facility who deals with the people testers that come back positive for the COVID. When I started telling this lady my symptoms, she was in shock because everybody's symptoms is not the same. When this first started, you had to have a fever for them to know that half of us in here might have corona and we don't even know. Because if you didn't go get tested, you might be in here with the coronavirus. Because just looking at you or looking at me, you can't tell if I have it and I can't tell if you have it. Y'all have a life on the outside of the schools. Y'all go shopping, y'all go spend time with your family, y'all go do all kinds of things. And so does those kids with their families. They do the same thing. So when y'all come into contact with these kids, y'all don't know what y'all bringing to the school. Y'all don't know what these kids bringing to the school. Y'all don't know where their family's been. Y'all don't know where y'all's been. So everybody infecting one another. I don't think it's time for that. Right now is not the time for that. Even those people at the COVID place don't even have they clueless themselves. They don't know what's going on. You think I want to see my 11-year-old grandson? Last night I get home from the meeting downtown at 2 in the morning. He's still up, waiting for me to come home. He said, Mama, he said, I'm scared to go to school. He said, can I be homeschooled, Mama? I said, Mama will see what she can do. Those kids are scared. And you know why he's scared? Because he had to quarantine with me. He saw me lay in the bed. He saw me in pain. He saw me cry out. He felt that. He know the effect of it. No, he don't know what those people what's going on in the IC unit or those that's on the ventilators or on the oxygen. No, he don't know that because he didn't see that. And I pray to God that my grandchildren don't have to see that they don't have to experience that. Because you don't know what's going on right now. That's no cure for that. That's no medication for that. My grandkids start suffering hole in their stomach. I can't go to the store and get something for them to make them feel better. And they start throwing up till they're ready to pass out. What can I do? It's nothing that I can do. Y'all don't put yourself, your family, or our kids in that position.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 3 minutes up. Thank you. Okay, I've just received a text from Dr. Stefanski. She is asking that while speaking, you do wear your mask. They are speaking forcefully and people speaking one after another. Please let the board, okay. This is not a safe practice. This is coming from Dr. Stefanski, who was sitting in the front row asking that, we keep our mask on and could we maybe get someone to clean up there, to sanitize after each individual speaks, if you could give us a second.
By maybe Dr. Aguilar or Mrs. Dutton. Miss McGee. I mean, I don't even know if you can clean foam with, okay. I have 2 bottles in the room. Oh, right here.
I know this is very serious, but everybody still relax, okay? Everybody relax. Dr. Stefanski is correct. If people are talking forceful, respiratory droplets. Everybody relax. Oh no, she's right. Oh no, ma'am, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's why when we first started this wasn't here, and I immediately asked for it. So she's correct. Just if you can just calm down and just speak, like it'll be okay. Right.
And this is not what,
Right.
this is actually halt.
Yeah, I'm not contradicting anything that's occurring. You know, I also take into account that when the governor speaks and then the doctor for the governor speaks, that they don't have the mask on, but they aren't forcefully projecting respiratory droplets. So everybody relax.
Okay, sir, you may come up to the podium. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Some things is just common sense. No teacher will be able to make kids keep their masks on. That's going to be impossible. Bus drivers either. I know you guys did a lot of work making these plans and stuff like that. I appreciate it. At the same time, still need some work. So the governor did not follow the White House Corona recent guidelines, which would essentially have us put back in phase 1. So with that being said, I'm against reopening August 17th, 16th, or whatever day that is. I'm with the delay. Thank you.
Ready to go?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rhonda Gleason, and I recognize many of you here, work with some of you. Many of you here I recognize and appreciate. I want to just speak on a couple of different points, and I'll be very brief. Number one, I do agree that the plan seems very developed. It's wonderful that the schools are getting a deep cleaning. They probably need that every year. I also believe that we all have the best interest of our students at heart. In our heart of hearts, that's what we care about. But I support Mr. Chasson's motion for a late start and then to reevaluate when we have more data. As we know, Louisiana has gone from the 3rd to the 2nd highest caseload of COVID-19 in the country. From what Dr. Stefanski has said, we are the only country, I'll reiterate, the only country that has decided to start schools at the rate with which we are dealing with this virus. We do not know what people look like who are ill. Myself, I'm wearing this particular mask because I have an ablated immune system from multiple sclerosis treatment. I have no B cells, and you probably know what I'm talking about. I had to get treatment in my home because they didn't want me at Burden Real. We don't know what what exactly our faculty is dealing with, what our students are dealing with health-wise. Sometimes health issues are slow to start. You may not get the acute issues regarding COVID-19. You might have a viral implication that hits later, like multiple sclerosis, when you have a shift in your immune system after delivering your second baby. We don't know what's going on. So I believe that we're taking too many risks. as a mother, as an educator, as a third-generation educator in Lafayette Parish. I also want to comment on the fact that this room right here, imagine if we took out these adults who are mostly well-behaved and we dropped 25-plus kids in this room and expected them to maintain distance, to maintain their masks, and to maintain an entire day. I don't care if it's 2 and 3 days a week, but that's a lot to ask for a faculty member who will probably have to wear this kind of mask because they're going to be around so many little kids. It's a lot to ask of a faculty member. It's a lot to ask of a family and children. I do not understand starting, I'm going to use this word, I love this word, conservatively. We should start conservatively in terms of moving into the school year, right? No big steps, because what we're going to do is shift the lives of families who are working, then not working, back and forth. We are in summer mode right now. It is only sensible to start gradually and conservatively. The last thing I want to say, 2 things. Number 1, I love this parish. We have schools of choice in the best possible sense of the phrase. You hear some negative things about schools of choice. Ours is the best, okay? The LOA program does not allow us to pursue schools of choice the way it was intended. And the other thing I want to say is, when we talk about choice in terms of the start of the school, that is a place of privilege. We have a privilege to
3 minutes,
decide.
ma'am.
Got it.
We're gonna have to hold you.
I understand. And I'm a Acadiana Ram myself. I love our school. But
There
let
you
me
go.
tell you, that privilege to be able to decide what to do without switching back and forth is not what everybody in Lafayette Parish has got. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna politely ask that when you hear the ringer go off, to please stop. So I don't want to seem rude to have to stop you, but it is the rules and regulation that it's 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Go? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. When you get up to the mic, you can start talking. Yes, if you're ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
evening, school board. My name is Melanie Brevis. I have 2 children at Myrtle Place. I'm a parent. And I think somebody before me put it best when they said that we have a phase 2 plan, but we have a phase 1 reality. And because of that, I really support Dr. Chassan's motion to move the start date back to at least after Labor Day, and maybe even further, but to reevaluate at that point. More and more parishes, I feel like, in Louisiana, even if our governor is not recognizing it, more parishes are recognizing that we cannot do even a hybrid model to go back to school. I know St. Landry and East Baton Rouge Parish are 2 of those, as well as some of the parishes in New Orleans. And I think the hybrid plan is a good plan, and I think, it was, well thought out. It looks very nice on paper, but I don't think we can yet transfer what's on paper into reality. I look at this space out here, and I think probably at my kids' school, there could be at least 2 classrooms within this space. And I see, 16 chairs at the most. And they're talking about putting, 12 to 15 kids at least in a classroom. It's going to be impossible for those kids to social distance. And with our cases rising, it just does not make sense to put our kids in that kind of danger. I think we also, need to work out bus schedules. We need to work out how cleaning supplies will happen. I mean, I know we all love our teachers. I don't want to see our teachers have one more thing on their plate that they have to worry about, whether it's bringing in Clorox wipes, whether it's doing their own deep cleaning. Less than 4 weeks is not enough time to secure all those supplies, bring in extra custodial staff, nurses, anyone else that's really going to be needed to give this plan the support it needs. We keep hearing from people that we want to support the schools, we want to give them everything they need, and on paper this plan does that, but in reality I don't think we've yet seen how that is actually going to transfer over, how you intend to do all of these hires. We have a teacher shortage as well. What are we going to do when teachers are out and there's no substitutes? Are you going to combine classes and therefore mix up the static groups? There's just so many unknowns, and I think we really need to put this on pause, we really need to wait until at least after Labor Day and then reevaluate. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to start, I do appreciate, I know it was hard work for the superintendent, for the superintendent and her staff to put this together. And, obviously, what I'm saying to you, whatever way you vote, considering you kept that resolution in place, she could always override that. So, I don't know what the point of talking about this is, but that being said, I have 2 kids going into kindergarten and 4th grade at Milton Elementary. I was one of the nearly 50% of parents that voted to do, on the online poll, voted to have a full opening. I guess my biggest concern is that the education of our children. I know I hear a lot of discussion about cleanliness and hygiene and COVID procedures and everything else. But at the end of the day, what I'm hearing is that we're going to have 2 days, with some weeks 3 days of direct instruction. The rest of the time it's going to be modules. How in the world is that appropriate for a kindergartner? I mean, I would love to know the answer. It just does not seem appropriate to me. How does that, frankly, my second question would be, how does that count as instructional minutes? I know the school system is based upon instructional minutes. I don't know, maybe you have some kind of legal waiver where you can actually count instructional minutes, modules for instructional minutes. But at the end of the day, it's not direct instruction. I would much prefer a full open for the reason that at the end of the day, their education is going to suffer. And whether that's pushback or immediate or whatever it is. Either way, I mean, I appreciate the plan, but it just does not seem to take into account kids' education. It's basically all about COVID procedures. And I can appreciate why it's about COVID procedures, but it just seems like it's being lost in the conversation. And frankly, very little information is being shared with the parents as far as what this looks like. Yes, we're AB days, but we're online, we're in-person part, but at the end of the day, what does that look like? The information is very few and far between, and we're rapidly approaching the school year. It really makes me sad that, this is what my kindergartner's entrance into public school is going to look like. I mean, it's just a shame. And frankly, I don't really know else. At the end of the day, my wife and I are both full-time workers. We work during the day. As much as we would love to take part in the daytime education of our children, it's just not a reality for us. And we know a ton of other people in that situation. At the end of the day, what we're going to end up seeking out is another group to educate our kids on those off days. I know pretty much everybody, that's what they're looking for. That's the high demand right now. So you're going to have your daily class that they go to on your on days, and they're going to have their other class that they go to on their off days. How does that solve anything? I don't understand. We may as well do full if that's going to be how things are going to go, because you're going to have the same amount of kids getting together at the end of the day.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Hello, my name is Christopher Vlaho George, and I'd like to thank you all for granting me the 3 minutes of time that I have to voice my opinion as a citizen of Lafayette, Louisiana. I believe that we should delay the start of school until after Labor Day at least. The teachers are very high risk. They're scared to speak up because of mandatory medical leave without pay cut. They are, have no choice but to start in the middle of an increasing pandemic. It doesn't make sense to put teachers, staff, children, and students and families at risk. I'm already worried about my wife being trained to kill an unarmed shooter with an extension cord rather than get metal detectors for our schools. Master keys, door stops they've asked for. Now she's also expected to combat a virus that not only will kill her, potentially, but bankrupt our family and potentially hurt our babies. This is not okay, and this is not what she signed up for. The students are vectors that will probably transmit this virus to families that have underlying conditions. Temporarily, we should, in one regard, if you want to look at a virtual system, temporarily lay off custodians, cafeteria workers, bus drivers to cover the cost of HughesNet, which is virtual learning, and I'm sure they would offer us some sort of a discount due to the state of COVID-19 affecting us all. We could invest the savings and pay these temporary people that were laid off back in some sort of interest-bearing account. I know that's possible. The unemployment rate of our state itself speaks to the probability of a parent being home during school hours to assist the child with technical issues concerning accessing online teaching protocols. The cost of daycare conflated with our state's 9% sales tax rate will cause extreme financial stress to families that are already living paycheck to paycheck. We've closed March, April, and May. There is no harm in delaying a few more months until we learn more about this disease. The children are already experiencing extreme stress from the racial divide in our country, and to add this to their equation will only exacerbate their anxiety, and that's not fair to them. I'm sorry to speak in these terms, but if we collectively decide to reopen, the blood of those that die is going to be on our hands because we reopened too early. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ma'am, you can come on up. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Keegan Peterson. I come to you tonight as a concerned parent and teacher. As the school year nears, my fears have been realized. As a teacher, I feared going to a campus that was not adequately protected, contracting the virus and bringing it home to my family. These fears have become more real in the past several days as the new plan has come out. The minimum requirements that were set forth by Bessie have not been fully fulfilled in our district's plan. Not once in the plan was there a guidance on social distancing. Bessie's guidelines states that rooms must be disinfected between groups, but the LPSS plan does not address that requirement. The list goes on and on with logistical issues that schools will face in trying to open. Logistical issues that leave a gaping hole for each school, the potential to make massive errors. Such errors could cost lives. Our community relies on this school board to address the difficult issues and set forth well-defined protocols to preserve safety. I think our district plan needs to be redefined. There needs to be more input from valid stakeholders in our community. A one-size-fits-all plan is being sent forward. We need to be more flexible in our guidelines. What is good for elementary does not work for high school, and vice versa. Yet this plan does not account for those diverse needs. In addition, we're not talking about our most susceptible population, those that need schools for services that they would otherwise not get, and those same students that are potentially higher risk and would be putting their lives at stake being on these campuses. Any plan that looked at these communities in particular would be better off than the current plan, which does not address them at all. I believe my chances of contracting the virus under this policy that you put out is quite significant, so much so that I would consider it to be an unsafe working environment as the plan stands now, which means my high-risk child is at greater risk, and I can keep her home from school, which I plan to do. But if I'm required to go to a campus each day and be exposed to 130 students a week with no mandate on social distancing, effective sanitation directives, etc., what good am I doing her? I do believe this is a logistical nightmare, and it can be solved by simply returning to fall in a virtual capacity, one that protects our teachers, our students, and the community at large. I fear exposure for myself and my students. I fear a greater impact on our community at large as students bring COVID back to their families. I urge you to reconsider the plan in which it is written, amend it to ensure that teachers and families will be kept safe, not taking the minimum requirements lightly that have been set forth by Bessie. I urge you to think of the continuous staffing difficulties in our parish and what it would mean to lose even more teachers due to the stances that you are now taking. I urge you to survey your stakeholders once more in a manner that produces a non-biased, broad sample base and therefore valid survey. I urge you to put our lives first.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, once again, I'm going to mention we're talking about the opening of school, not everything else involved. Please keep your comments germane to what we're actually talking about, opening school on the 17th as outlined in the plan or going to Labor Day. Thank you.
All right.
Marcus Thomas, UNICEF Director for Louisiana Association of Educators and Lafayette Parish Association of Educators. I've been working with LPAE since this pandemic started, and I'll tell you how hard Central Office has been working on this plan. And they've been working really hard, but in the state of the COVID right now, at us being number 2 in the country, who here can guarantee that no lives will be lost? Will it be a student? Will it be a cafeteria worker? Will it be a custodian, a principal? No one here can guarantee that no lives will be lost, even though very hard work was done, and I commend that work that was done, and we've been a part of it from the start. Second question, what is the value of a human life? To us, priceless. To Central Office, we share their concerns. Every life here is priceless. So with that being said, St. Landry decided to go all virtual, and EBR decided to push the start date of school back. We commend that. This is not the time to go back while we are number 2 in the country. We are number 2 in the country to where they are letting criminals out of prison because COVID is so bad. So that says without a shadow of a doubt to me that this is not a time to put students in school if they're letting criminals out of prison. Let's push that back the start date of school till we get this COVID situation under control. Let's look at the model that St. Landry and EBR put before us. Hospitals are overflowing with COVID cases. So with us being number 2 in the nation and not being able to guarantee that no human lives will be lost, let's push back the start of school until we get this pandemic under control. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, come on up, sir.
I'll begin by apologizing because I am by no means a public speaker. So back in March, on that Friday, we closed schools when there was 13 positive cases in New Orleans. We continue to keep schools closed for the rest of the year. You mean to tell me now in heading into August, when Lafayette General is near capacity, when Lords is near capacity, when you've got people, according to one of my other colleagues from Northside who brought her husband into the hospital, there were people coughing so badly that they were vomiting because they could not breathe. You mean to tell me that we are going to send our children back into that? I love my students. I love my students. I miss them. I want to see them. I want to work. I want to go back. But not like this. This isn't safe for them. Push back till after Labor Day at the least. Do you mean to tell me that you can say with a clean conscience that it is safe for these children to go back? Would you send your own children into a public school, into these moldy, disgusting buildings that aren't getting maintenance? Do you mean to tell me that you would send children into that environment? It's already unhealthy for them to be there. I was sick often last year because of the amount of mold in my classroom. I had a cold nearly the entire year because the AC didn't work, and my classroom was below 60 the entire year. All my kids used to joke, Mr. Gawali's classroom is the icebox. You mean to tell me then, on top of all that, I have to send my students in to deal with this coronavirus? It doesn't make scientific sense. It does not. You know better than this. All of you do. You have to do better. Do better for me. Do better for your students, for your children. Do better. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Any more public comment? Hearing none. Any board member comment on the agenda item? Board member comment. Dr. Chasson?
Let's see. Let's see. I don't even know where to start. The motion is the start of school. Okay. Start school on the 17th. So they say don't read the comments. And and I can't help myself. I read the comments, and the comments recently or previous to this were about a tax check and the way I was voting. And a lady online named Amy said that, geez, I can't stand that guy. He's not even a real doctor. I heard if you don't call him Dr. Chasson, he corrects you. And this exact same lady 2 days ago said online, isn't he a pharmacist? I want to quote her right. Isn't he a pharmacist? Didn't he specialize in virology? Geez, those other board members need to listen to him. And I said, wow, ain't that something? Whether they decide on the start of school being delayed or not, I would prefer to start school 4 weeks from now, 6 weeks from now, 8 weeks from now. I'm just shooting for the lowest hanging fruit right now. I don't think it's going to pass, but there's no perfect choice tonight. So for my other fellow board members, I would like to let everyone know at home and here that there's no perfect choice. There's no exact right thing to do. There is no conspiracy theory. They care about you and your kids and your family members, so don't blame anyone with how they vote, because everyone's voting a certain way. I do not want anyone to blame any of y'all. But at the same time, everyone needs to understand that we can't be the dumbest people sometime and yet give us credit for some mastermind plot that based upon the economy, they're trying to jumpstart things. Staff, school board members, we're trying to do exactly what's right. I promise you, they're trying to do exactly what's right. However, this is the number one, excuse me, now let me rephrase that. This is one of, if not, and probably is the most important decision we've made as a school board ever. And it's really tough. There's so much evidence on both sides that say this is extremely dangerous. Don't start school, heed the warnings, but yet there's evidence from the same group of doctors and pediatricians and epidemiologists and biologists and pathologists that say that it'll be all right and kids got to start school. It's more detrimental to the kids' education. So I don't want anyone to blame anyone going forward. I just know there are situations such as New Orleans delaying the start of school, so we can take a look at it. Baton Rouge, other places, Mobile, Texas. Texas is delaying the start of school upwards of 8 weeks, and under the guidelines, it's online only instruction for up to the first 8 weeks, and that potentially pushes a return to campus in some cities into November. Now, with the full understanding that there's no waiver on minutes, so we're going to have to go into school into June and July. But if it's safer, I would prefer to do that. I'm going to ask the board to support it, but I won't scold you. I'm going to ask everyone else not to scold my fellow board members if they decide not to support this. Thank you.
I have a couple. Okay, go ahead, Mary.
We'll go this way. Ms. LeBeau?
Thank you, Dr. Chasson. This is a difficult decision. My children will be in school. I believe that this plan is an initial plan. It will continue to evolve. We can't answer every specific question right now, but it doesn't mean we're not going to be prepared by August 17th to answer every possible scenario that's come up until then. I feel like we have endeavored to put an initial plan in place so that we could have these educational discussions and dialogue about what are we missing, where are we missing the mark, who else do we need to consult. I think Dr. Stefanski being here and saying that she's reviewed the plan shows you that we have endeavored to get the best opinions possible. Nobody can predict the future. I could not have predicted this when I ran for school board. I don't want anybody to question that everybody hasn't put the health and safety of every staff, faculty, and student as their top priority. But as a parent, I know that it's incumbent upon me to educate my child on how they can protect themselves and the respect that they need to have for others and the guidelines that they need to follow. My only request in a minute, and maybe I'll make a motion on it, would be that they get checked before they go on the bus. I feel like that's a precaution that probably needs a layer that needs to be added on, because I think it's something we need to do to protect our bus drivers, who are vital to the start of school, and protect our children from the first moment that they're going to interact with anybody. But I just want to say that I have complete confidence that we are going to continue to evolve with the circumstances, and if it turns out that we have to go to phase 1, we already have a plan in place on how we'll address virtual learning for the students. So, but I do plan on putting my children in school physically on the start date that we move forward with. Thank you.
Dr. Aguilar.
Thank you. Left with the choice of choosing August 17th or September 8th, my personal belief would be that we would be prudent to delay the opening of school until September 8th. I commend Ms. Trosclair and Dr. Rabelais and Ms. Gardner and their team for putting together a very, very comprehensive plan for dealing with a phased approach to public education. Quite frankly, I did not understand or had knowledge of the breadth of the thought process in regards to how to deliver effective instruction. But I think the reality is that virtual learning is going to be difficult at this point in time to be effective in the Lafayette Parish school system. I believe our plan is thoughtful. I believe it addresses many of the concerns. However, there are significant questions that rightfully so need to be answered with a definitive plan in place. And so, left with choosing between August 17th, I would have to vote for September 8th as the start date for the school year.
Ms. Morrison?
Yes, this is a difficult decision. I do believe that I would like to see the kids start getting educated. I have 2 grandkids, and they love school. They're real smart, and they're just ready for that challenge. And they've been out of school for quite some time now. I'm looking at maybe virtual. Let's start with virtual learning, August 17th. And let's see how that goes instead of not doing anything until September. September would be great, to just kind of wait 9 weeks before, we actually start school. But it's just keeping kids out of school for that long. They've been out of school for a long time. So Mr. Rabelais mentioned that, we're prepared for phase 1, 2, and 3. So hopefully, maybe we could have the option of maybe starting virtually August 17th. Because I wouldn't want to, how can I live with myself if I say, okay, let's bring our kids to school, hybrid, where they're in the class, a student gets sick with COVID. That student doesn't make it. I don't know, I couldn't live with myself, and I don't want to take that chance. So that's why I'm kind of leaning towards the kids need to get back in school. They need to start learning. And I would like to look at maybe having them learn virtually starting August 17th. And then we'll look to see what happens, moving forward. We'll look at the numbers, we'll know where we are, and then move forward from there. But just shutting everything down until September, not totally leaning towards that, but having some form of education for our kids starting August 17th, with teachers maybe in their classroom, giving instruction virtually. I know there's a lot of, challenge with technology, and who's going to be at home with the kids, making sure that, they're, doing their work, watching the videos or whatever that looks like. But still, I don't want to take the risk of a child getting sick. And, you know, we're going to practice the safety, the hand washing, and the temperature taking, and that's all good and dandy. But I'm not comfortable with taking that risk. So I'm open to starting school August 17th virtually, and then we'll see what happens, because I think we are closer to phase 1. So why not operate like we're in phase 1? I'm very comfortable with that. Dr. Robin Lay said that we are ready to practice in phase 1, 2, or 3. We have a plan for all 3. Is that right? So why risk that? So, and I know our school bus drivers are ready to get back to work. And I know the teachers, they miss their kids. They do. I know parents are going to have some challenges because someone will have to be home with the kids. They have jobs. They have responsibilities. But that child's life means more to me. The teacher's life means more to me than to risk it. So that's my take on that.
Sorry, Mr. Broussard?
Yes, it's a difficult decision whether we lean toward a child's health or life or education. We've been out of school since March. Since March, I would venture to say more than 50% of the students have not picked up a book, no educational tool. But when they come back to school, may it be the 17th or the 8th, we have got to try to bring them up to par and get them ready for the upcoming school year, which is going to be a challenge. Whatever we choose to do, whether we go to phase 1, 2, or 3, is going to be a challenge. Each one of them, I was speaking to a gentleman earlier and gave him every scenario as far as the virtual, the online, or the traditional school. If the online or the virtual was so perfect, we would not be educators for the past 200 plus years in the brick and mortar. Most of our students have to have someone in front of them to answer or ask questions. Most of our students does not have the attention span to sit before a computer for an hour or 2 hours and expect to gather anything from it. That's why we have the traditional schools. If we go online, do we turn on the computer at 8 o'clock in the morning, 10, 12? If there's a question, who do we ask? Do we turn it on at 8 o'clock that evening? How many parents in our household can assist their child with their work? But let's not put education against a life, because it's unfair. It is unfair. Every last one of us here, including the ones in the room, want the health and safety and the life of a child. But the decision has to be made whether we go on the 17th, go on the 8th, go virtual, go hybrid, or keep it closed until the last person who has COVID is cured. Decision has to be made. So I am leaning toward after Labor Day, give us more time to recover. We had some great big holidays after the 13th of March. We had the Good Friday, the Easter, 4th of July, Mother's Day, Father's Day, graduation. All of these holidays are cause to celebrate. And we gather. We didn't listen to the news to say that we stay social distance and you stay home. We didn't listen to that. But this is quiet time now. Maybe the numbers are going to start going down. We hope. We hope. But a decision has to be made, and whatever the rest of the school board members make, I respect their decision. But for me, the 8th of September seems more promising than the 17th of August.
Ms. Mason?
I have a question. May I ask a question of our legal counsel?
Yes.
And, okay. So, Mr. Geis, what is the start date around the state? What have you seen in the other districts starting?
The governor just commissioned a request of all the boards around the state as to when they're opening. DeSoto Parish is starting as early as August the 7th. Monroe City, Bossier, Lincoln Parish, August 14th. I think, or they may have moved back to the 26th, but they're all starting in August. And as I've sat here and listened to your conversation, there's a couple of things from a legal perspective that I'd like to make clear. Almost every system in the state is presenting its parents with an executive summary like you have seen. To suggest that the executive summary that is before you is all that your staff and administration has done is far from the truth. They have detailed plans as to how they will implement that. Generally, from a board perspective, we adopt a policy or a plan, and then when it comes to how we carry that out, that's left to your administration. So I'm not here as an advocate for either side. I want you to understand that I think the relevant question here is the virus at the point where we don't want to go back to school, and not whether our school system's procedures are adequate. I don't think that's fair to them, knowing as I do that there are details, specific details underlying this bare bone plan. So this is a decision that you as a board have to make. Obviously, you've stated your reasons, but from a legal standpoint, I want to let you know that other districts are following the regulations, and they are coming up with different dates, and everyone has a plan almost identical to yours. And so the deficiency is not in the plan. It is a philosophical and health decision that we have to make as to what we feel comfortable doing. And so I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, thank you. May I also ask a question of Dr. Stefanski, if you don't mind? I was curious, how has the virus been contained or avoided in the daycares and the summer day camps? Have there been clusters or outbreaks stemming from those, or have you found that the safety precautions that are in place do we have clusters and outbreaks from these local daycares and summer camps?
So I can just kind of answer generally. We have not seen to this point any large outbreaks in daycares or child care centers. But I will tell you that we've been very aggressive with those centers. If there's a case in a classroom in a daycare center, because of the nature of their close contact with those very young children, typically the entire class has to go home and quarantine for 14 days. So it's been a very aggressive intervention in order to prevent spread in a child care center. So they're in a little bit different situation. So thankfully, we have not seen any big outbreaks or clusters in those centers.
The second part of my question is, and one point I wanted to make clear, this is the initial plan, and I know that Ms. Trosclair has consulted with you on this plan, and she could make changes at your urging, correct?
Oh, sure, absolutely. I mean, it's we communicate, very well, as do Julie and I. So yes, absolutely. If there's some intervention or something that we would suggest, certainly I feel very comfortable going to these ladies as to any of our superintendents. Mm-hmm.
All right, I appreciate that. I also wanted to, and thank you, that's all I wanted to ask you. Thank you. I do want to echo what Mary said. Our children have been out of school for such a long time. My kids truly miss their teachers. My kids, I sat them down and explained that we were going to do online school, and there was a revolt at the house, and they've been very aware of the virus, and I've been very careful with them. I've mostly not taken them out of the house, but when I do, we pep talk in the car every time. You must wear your mask. You must do all these things. And yet they were begging to go back to school, and I said, look, if you go back, you have to wear your mask, even if someone else is not. We've gone over all of that, and I just want to say we've been out long enough, and I would love to try at least going back on August 17th.
Mr. Angel?
Mr. President, being somewhat of a traditionalist, I would hope that we could confine our discussion to the motion. I know it's difficult. Having said, though, I'd like to call a question. Let's vote on this motion.
Dr. Chasson?
So I want to be sure to follow Robert's Rules of Order. I did have one more comment, Tommy, if you would be obliged, so I can give that comment, or do you want to go with the call for the question? Okay. Okay. Really quickly, it's not about the individual plan, because the plan is a really good plan. It's about the individual virus. And as Dr. Stefanski has mentioned to us earlier in her first comments, that no other country, and I hope I'm not misquoting you, no other country that she's aware of has started school with this number of cases. With that being said, breaking news, Kansas City is now delaying the start of their schools as well. Really quickly, Mr. Geis, you may have a better understanding than everyone else here, because you guys work with so many different parishes. I understand August 7th dates and August 17th start dates, and even August 24th dates. My question to you is going to be, are you aware of any September start dates off the top of your head? And then as well, if schools do happen to start on these dates, I am in no way suggesting that an experiment be run to see what it looks like for them. If someone opens up on the 7th and then 3 weeks later, oh, well, no positive cases. Oh, well, 9 positive cases, 12, a teacher, then obviously we can say, oh, well, wow, look at that. They started here. That's an experiment, or at least a thought exercise I would personally undergo. But it's something else to think about. I kind of think I understand the way the votes are going to go. I'll wait to see, and then I'll address that afterwards if it does end up 4-4. Mr. Geis, any September start dates you know of?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of a couple of September 1st deadlines, opening dates, and I do think I've heard of one pushed after Labor Day.
Okay, gotcha, okay. And with that being said, I'll use my time with, this is just the start. I'm being honest. If this happens to pass, which I don't think it will, then I am coming back at a later date to push it back even further, because we're nowhere close to, I think, being able to successfully start. I mean, Mr. Geis himself has dealt with this. He tested positive, and you were down and out for 6-7 days or so, and I mean, it's a very serious disease, y'all. So, thank you.
Ms. Morrison, we're going to limit the comments. We're about to go to vote.
Okay, I just wanted to know, what would that look like for if we start August 17th virtually? Are we ready to do that? I know you have a plan for phase 1, 2, and 3. What if we decide August 17th virtually? What does that look like at this point?
Yeah, so I'll speak to the academic side, of course, but just a few things that we need to make sure to note. K2, with no FaceTime with a teacher, we would really have to consider just pushing paper packets as much as we can, not to mention we have Chromebooks that we're still waiting on for some of those. It would really require teachers to touch base. I would think regularly. I'm thinking of a kindergartner who has never been exposed to school, going over phonics and with paper, and the parent would really have to be able to facilitate that conversation with the teacher they may have never had FaceTime with. So definitely want to consider that. I would also like to speak real quick, just with the start date, if I could, academically, keep in mind our dual enrollment students, because dual enrollment does not move a final exam with the corresponding university. They have 15 weeks of instruction, no matter how you take it. So not to say the universities will not work with us. I think they're very accommodating. However, just keep in mind a high school student who has not been in school for several months to be immersed in a dual enrollment learning track. It's a heavy lift on any year, so that would be another lift the more that we would look at further start dates. Just another thing for you guys to process. For everybody else, 3 through 12, again, we could roll out, we have the programming, we have the resources, we have devices. It would be just making sure our teachers understand what it looks like in a purely virtual environment. The one benefit of looking at a blended to virtual is at least they have some face time, and if we do phase dependent virtual, then at least they've had some face time to get used to those programs, the teacher to model what those computers and devices look like, and to go through a lot of that. It would be a lot more, I can imagine, online tutorials. That work can still happen, but a lot of online tutorials to get the students and parents familiar with the technology, familiar with the expectations, familiar with the resources. So I hope that answers your question and gives you some insight.
Ms. Morrison, I'd also like to add, we also would have to, we can do it, but we would also have to issue all devices 3rd to 12th grade to be able to start virtually. So in order to start virtually for our students that don't have a device at home, we would also have to issue those devices. Thank you.
Mr. Angel.
I just want to vote on the motion, Mr. President.
I'm getting ready to call for the vote.
At least discuss the motion.
Right, we haven't done much on the motion of the start. Madam Secretary, I call for the vote. The motion is that the board stick with August 17th start date.
Mr. President.
Dr. Chasson.
Can somebody, okay, never mind. You didn't change it. I got you, okay.
Four against.
All right. With that being said, let me go ahead and change my vote to an abstention. And let me explain why. Mr. Centanni is in favor, and I'm sure he'll probably chime in. Mr. Centanni is in favor of the August 17th start date. So as opposed to having Mr. Centanni leave from his home and drive here, which he was certainly willing to do, to step into the threshold to cast his vote, which would inevitably make it 5-4, I'd like to simply change my vote to an abstention so he doesn't have to risk life and limb.
With that being said, it'll be 4 yes. No, 4 yes. 3 no, 1 abstain, and 1.
So motion passes for an August 17th start date. Guys, with that being said, please understand, this is something me and Mr. Centanni, who speak regularly, morning, noon, night, too long, too short. Well, no, it's normally too long. And I just want to get a complete understanding where he stood, no matter what, regardless. And Mr. Centanni is an August 17th start date. And I told him I would not have him physically drive here when they're already quarantining. He wanted to still cast his vote and have his voice heard. If it would have been otherwise 5-3, he understood his vote wouldn't have meant anything, but knowing that his vote will sway it to the 17th side, I'll just change my vote so he doesn't have to drive. Mr. Centanni, you're at home listening, right? I didn't know if he wanted to speak or not.
Motion is passed. We'll go on. Is there another motion? Another motion would like to be made?
One second, Mr. Blatchley. Mr. Centanni is actually in the parking lot now. I don't know if he wanted to say anything. Maybe he did, maybe he doesn't. I'm sure certainly we can continue, but, well, just at least allow him the privilege if he does want to say something, or maybe he wants to call in from the parking lot. Miss Ozzie, I don't want to hit you with a point of order. Just, you can't talk out of turn like that. Just bear with me.
You can holler from the audience.
They're trying to get him on the phone in the parking lot.
We're going to move this meeting along.
All right.
We spent 2 hours on on about a start date. Is there another, Dr. Chasson, you said you had many motions for this agenda
yes.
item. Are you prepared to make your next motion?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion to go full virtual on August 17th. Excuse me. Let me backtrack. Because if we do go full virtual, we can't do it by August 17th. So I'd like to make a motion to go full virtual and see if that passes. Then if it does, we'll have to address backing the date up again.
We have a motion to go full virtual. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion by Dr. Chasson, seconded by Ms. Morrison. Any public comment on the motion?
I want to address what somebody said about the plan just a second ago.
Is the mic on, sir? Yes, there you go. Thank you. They're recording, so we just want you to be able to be heard.
No,
Thank
of course, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
You know, the comment was made that basically the plan released was a bare bones plan, and y'all had a very comprehensive plan about how to implement this. Is this a top secret document, or are you planning on sharing this with the rest of us? Because frankly, I mean, that's the biggest question I think that most people I talk to have, is what is this going to look like? And very little information has been released to the public as to what this is going to look like.
Yes, sir. So it absolutely is not a top secret plan. There are still guidelines and things coming down to us. As a matter of fact, part of it that, as far as for CDC guidelines on students who may test positive or any of those things that are coming down tomorrow or the next day, those have sort of changed. So it was just to not release things until a little bit closer to make sure that we have some more definite answers.
Sure, towards the educational aspects of things. I keep hearing, my understanding was that everybody will be provided with technology to be able to do all this online virtual stuff, but then I'm hearing other people saying that y'all don't have the technology for every student. So which one is it? You know, am I getting 2 Chromebooks for both my kids to be able to, for them to be able to do their online stuff or not?
So as soon as CARES Act money was provided to our district, we placed orders, as did many other districts across the nation. So for our K-2 students, those are backlogged and will not be delivered until November or December, and that's happening to districts in a lot of places. Pre-K, we do have iPads for those, and then we're good 3 through 12, but K-2, there is a backlog from our vendors.
So in light of that, I don't see why.
Sir, could I ask you, this is a comment section, not a question and answer.
She's addressing me, so I'm addressing her directly, obviously.
This is not a question and answer. This is a comment.
And I had no
comments.
intention of it being a question and answer.
Please.
I am, yes, I am.
Make your comments.
I most certainly am. Thank you. Okay, obviously you threw me off.
Take your time.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Look, I'm a member of the public. I just want to have my comments heard, you know. And there are a lot of questions. And obviously, as far as the educational plans, I really wish you all would have released a few more details to the public as far as, you know, what your plan is. Because again, like you said, it's bare bones. And really, I think it just has a lot of people wondering about what exactly the plan is. So if you have an educational plan that's a little bit more solid on implementation and everything else, it sure would be nice to see that in writing as a member of the general public.
Thank you. Next.
This is a clarifying question. When you say virtual, are you talking about phase 1?
Yes, phase 1 virtual versus the online.
Full virtual.
Correct. Okay, because your reopening plan is 3-part, right? 3.
Phase 1 is virtual.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that that was what you guys were talking about. All right, I'm in favor of that.
Ms. Reed?
Julia Reed, Lafayette Parish Association of Educators. I'm going to try to keep this brief because thank you for giving me the extra time earlier. We support this motion. I do want to add, though, that it is hard. It will be hard, but we can do hard things. Obviously, we can do hard things because staff put together a great plan. We can do hard things. That is what we do. Teachers make do. We make things work. And I'm committed to my association doing what we can to help us do this hard thing. Because we want to do what's best for our students and teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Next, come on up, young lady.
Hi there. My name is Saren Battaglia, and I'm a teacher here in Lafayette Parish. Let me begin with the payment of dues. You have worked tirelessly in developing this plan. Thank you for doing that, what you deemed best for our students and faculty and staff of all Lafayette Parish schools. However, I have just a small few issues. I've been a teacher in Lafayette Parish for 7 years. I love my profession. I miss seeing my kids just as not, if not more so than our bus drivers. I want to return to normalcy. I want to greet my students with happiness and excitement for this new year. But in this atmosphere, that is impossible. Regardless of how much I miss them, I want them safe. I'm afraid for my life. I'm afraid for the life of my household, my colleagues, but above all, I'm afraid for the lives of the 32,000 students and family members. According to the numbers provided by the CDC and our favorite blonde, Betsy DeVos, there is a good chance we'll lose 64 or more students and over 100 teachers. One student is too much. One faculty member is too much. At the upper, middle, and high school level, you're allowing them in this hybrid setting. I'm going to skip that because we're not doing that apparently. But basically that would be Russian roulette. That's seeing over 76 people a day. We have to go virtual. You are demanding those with compromised immune systems and those with severely lacking health insurance walk into a cinder block encased room with shoddy, uncontrollable AC units in order to do something that can be safely and securely done online. There is no reason we should be meeting face-to-face until there are 14 consecutive days of no new COVID cases. In this uncertain, deadly time, we need to demand safety above all, not forced, detrimental normalcy. It is a time to make the choice to save lives. Let's go virtual. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Come on up, young lady.
I just want to say that I like the plan that Dr. Chachon is presenting to go full virtual. I feel comfortable with that, and I feel that, you know, my kids, my grandkids will be safe, so, and even the teachers. So thank you, Dr. Chachon.
Thank you, ma'am.
Marcus Thomas, LAE again. If the numbers continue to look like they look and continue to increase, if a class is quarantined, that class will have to be virtual. If the numbers continue to rise, we're going to be virtual. So the choice here is if you want to go virtual August 17th and or start school August 17th, eventually having to go virtual, at least if you push the start date back and have a virtual date set for sometime in September, you can at least train the teachers now on how to go virtual properly, as opposed to just it coming because of the COVID numbers and nobody's adequately trained to go virtual and give adequate instruction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay, we have a substitute motion. Go ahead.
I would like to make the motion that we go hybrid, follow the hybrid plan on August 17th.
We have a motion.
I'll second that, Mr.
Okay,
President.
we have a motion by Ms. Mason that we go to hybrid AB day with the start of schools remaining the 17th, and we have a second by Mr. Angel. Get that motion up. Is there any public comment on this motion?
To be clear, this is going back to what it was originally, hybrid August 17th. Okay. What's going to happen if you're hybrid August 17th and school goes back, you have to go back into phase 1 10 days later or 5 days later? What's going to happen to the emotional and mental state of the students that are already probably dealing with PTSD from March to May, my son included, who's gone through bouts of depression, and you're already going to rip the stability from them because it's almost like teasing them, getting them back into school. So I'm concerned about that, and I encourage you guys to think about those kids, just like yours, Miss Morrison, and your grandkids getting into school. What's going to happen to those kids, the stability of that's going to be broken, and there are a lot of kids that need that stability more than my kids and your kids sitting on here on the board and your grandkids. What's going to happen to the teachers? I think the motion to start phase 1 is the smartest right now, since you guys decided not to wait until after Labor Day, at least, and then maybe come back in September or October to go to a hybrid model later, but start at phase 1 and then gradually work back into a hybrid.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Erin May again. I've just received a text from Rhonda Kim Gleason, who is the co-chair of the State of Louisiana League of Women Voters Education Committee. She asked me to speak on her behalf to say that the League of Women Voters supports phase 1 opening as they support their teachers' safety.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other public comment? Seeing none, hearing none. Any board member comment on the motion? Mr. Angel.
The doctor's over there.
Right, I was almost called you Dr. Angel.
I want to take just a minute to say that I am satisfied that our staff, along with their consultants, have done a very, very, very great job preparing us and our children to go back to school. And I want to point out that I have a granddaughter. I'm glad you mentioned granddaughter. I have a granddaughter that's a senior at Karen Crowe High School, and she's dying to go back to school. So I've got family involved. But I think that the groundwork is done. Sure, there'll be some kinks along the way, no question about it. But the bulk of the work, the majority of the load has been carried and worked on by our staff, and I commend them for that. And I'm confident that they're ready to go. And our children really need to be in the classroom. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not mandating everybody come to school. They have options under this plan.
They have the online academy. Online academy.
Right. So
right.
They don't have to be in the classroom.
Correct.
Or do they?
You're either on campus in the AB hybrid day, or you have the opportunity to enroll in the online academy.
Okay,
Yes,
that's my point. So
Yes, sir.
those who fear coming into the classroom don't have to come and send their kids to the classroom.
No, they have enrollment is open until August 3rd for sure for the online academy. And
I mean, I respect parents who have children that are susceptible to certain diseases. I mean, and I probably wouldn't want mine in the classroom either if they had certain conditions, immune conditions. Anyway, I just think the work has been done, and it's time to put our kids back to work, back to school, and our teachers back to work. Thank you.
thank you, Dr. Angel. Any other board member comment? Ms. LeBou? No? Dr. Chasson?
All right, let's see. So my side of the coin here is cases are steadily increasing right now. Total cases are astronomical. Hospitals are at capacity. ICU beds are scarce and soon to be non-existent. They came out with a lawsuit protection, everyone. It's clear it's not safe. I'm gonna repeat it, all right? I'm gonna sound like Mike Jones right here. They came out with a lawsuit protection, so they're aware it's not safe. Now, I'm not going to be the one to say, I told you so. I won't, because I wouldn't dare want anybody doing that to me at all, whatsoever. I hope and pray that I'm wrong about this, but I'm not going to be. I understand this. All right, this is what I took classes on. I get it. When I was at LSU and Marcus was at LSU, when Marcus was going triple jump, I was going to class. Placing tens of thousands of students, employees, will result in an increase in more positive cases, period. This will result in higher transmissions and contracting of the virus. Now, that's a misnomer right there. That's a frequent term that's misused, and it really upsets me when I hear even the medical professionals interchange contracting and transmitting. The kid doesn't have to contract the disease to transmit it. But both of those terms are deadly in their own rights. Those two things will result in a loss of life at some point in time. They will, guys. So the issue at hand, which is paramount in all of this, is the loss of life. There was a point in time a couple months ago where people were speculating. I heard the most random talk amongst folks. Somebody knew somebody who knew a doctor who worked at Lafayette General, and they said we got our first positive case. And at that point in time, we were canceling school because we were aware of how serious it was. And even though we're aware, and I want everyone's attention on this one. I'm sorry, I'm going to call you by name. I want everyone's attention. We canceled school when the cases were low and somewhat non-existent. It's out of control right now. Dr. Stefanski didn't come and say, no, it'll be all right. I'm not even trying to put her on the spot to make it seem as though she's lending her evidence to help me. No other country has started with this amount of cases, guys. Like this is clear. Bear with me for a second. I wasn't even going to pull it up. Let's see. Whether you're a fan of Nancy Pelosi or not, Nancy Pelosi stated that going back to school presents the biggest risk for the spread of the coronavirus. Don't ignore the science and don't ignore the governance. Excuse me. They ignore science and they ignore governance in order to make this happen. The World Health Organization came out with the 3 C's. It's a nice little brochure, and it states that there are certain places where COVID-19 spreads more easily. Here are the 3 places. Number 1, crowded places with many people. Number 2, close contact settings, especially where people have close range conversations. And then the third is confined and enclosed spaces with poor ventilation. Crowded places, close contact settings, and confined and enclosed spaces, AKA Northside High School, AKA your child's school, where your kids went to school, The risk is higher in places where these factors overlap. And they've got some nice little red, yellow, and blue circles that when they overlap, it's an even bigger issue. I was doing my usual 10 minutes on Facebook and came across a nice little meme. The meme said, "What does not refute science? Your half-baked opinion does not. Your favorite politician does not refute science. Your religion or your feelings and your wants does not refute science. What refutes science is better science. I'm telling you guys, you gotta trust me on this one. Let's see. On July 21st, 2020, ABC News came on, and I texted the superintendent, I texted Justin, just as the TV was just flashing different images. I'm like, oh, you're killing me. ABC News came out and said the CDC says that COVID-19 infections are possibly 10 times higher, with a question mark on it. I said, God, come on, man. No, I don't want to hear that. The next slide was 85 babies are infected with the virus. I said, come on, come on. Next slide, CDC study. Not Timmy's cousin, not the dude at Walmart, not my buddy. The CDC study says COVID-19 case rates could be now 6 to 24 times more than initially reported, which is the alarming infection report. Next slide was an increase in COVID-19 hospitalizations. They produced a map. The map was really colorful. It was orange. Problem was, I was trying to figure out what were they trying to point out to me, but the entire map was orange. They were saying that's where the increase in COVID hospitalizations are. The entire map was orange. Many other parishes are not returning to the classroom, y'all. Many others. And when it comes to this full virtual question, I still need everyone to understand, because I understand why some folks are not okay with it. So, for full virtual, complete honesty, about 5,000 or so households that we've identified don't have internet. So those kids can't go virtual. So that presents a huge problem for us. I can say start virtual all we want. Okay. Now this evidence that I'm giving lends itself to not going virtual, lends itself to going hybrid, but it's being honest. Connectivity is an issue. We've got 2,200 classrooms. So we'd have to put the right camera. We'd have to have the bandwidth. I mean, these are things that we'd have to seriously work out, so we'd probably have to delay the start of school. And I'm still going to implore everyone to seek out that option, because I know it's safer, and I know with the collective sigh of relief, if we could ever get there, that I think we can achieve said goal. So with that being said, is Todd still here? Todd's here. So Todd Mouton, Nick Pugh, Ryan Schumacher, excuse me, what am I saying? Ryan DiMaggio, y'all go hand in hand. Ryan DiMaggio and Kip Schumacher, Dr. Kip Schumacher, and Matt Steller. Like, when I say all those gentlemen and our staff have been working tirelessly to try and achieve something that is monumental. They're trying to figure out how to put internet access in every household, and I'm going to implore, I'd like everyone to wait a little while, give it some time, see if we can work it out to go full virtual, because I have faith in those guys. I'll allot any amount of money I need to. People tend to think it's my money. It's not my money. It's like returning something at Walmart. You know, I'd like to return this, but you can't return that. Ma'am, you just work for Walmart. You calm down. It's not my money, and I'd like to dedicate it to those services if possible. I'm okay with paying, and I understand there's a bunch of, me and Justin hashed through some things last night. I'd give him an exact reason. Like, man, $5,000, if we could even get a cheaper deal, $10 a month, $50,000 a month, I can do $500,000 for 10 months. That's what we need it for. And then, I mean, guy's brilliant. He says, but what happens when the neighbor across the street realizes, hey, they're paying for my neighbor's internet, I'm canceling mine, because they're going to pay for it. Then it starts to ever increase. Then it's humanity at that point. I got to believe you that you're telling me the truth, that you can't pay for it, but I'm willing to go 600,000, 700,000, $1 million, $2 million. I'll find it. We'll have to cut it. I'm sorry, it's the truth. I'll find it if I need to, because those millions, not worth one kid's life or a teacher or an employee. Marcus Thomas mentioned this. They're letting prisoners out of jail, y'all. Like, understand that concept, everyone. They're letting prisoners out of jail. Oh, well, they're confined. It's so many of them. Guys, there's 2 people per cell, and they barely get to interact since these COVID-19 restrictions. And being within said building, California let out 8,000 prisoners. Well, we're going to send our kids to school. It's just not the smart thing to do. So I think that's everything that I wanted to touch on. I think it may still be 4-4. Tommy didn't leave, did he? Tommy, you still here? Okay, yeah. I think it's still may be 4-4. So please expect that I'm going to end up changing my vote if it's 4-4. I know where Mr. Centanni stands, and his is backed by science and reasoning and understanding. Mr. Centanni was at a point, I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries, where 2 of his kids were going to go and one was not. And that has since changed since interactions with her pediatrician and talking about it and clearing things up. And I respect them for that. But even before we vote, we don't have to wait till phase 1 to go full virtual. I don't need the governor to tell us that. We're aware of what the numbers are. They're far worse than they were when we canceled school. So why would we send kids back, guys? We wouldn't. We would. We have plexiglass up. That's not allotted. I made a joke to the superintendent and a couple other people when we decide to go hybrid and we're sending kids back to school. Just be prepared. I'm standing up. I'm taking everybody's plexiglass down. I won't do that. It's not safe for you. You don't deserve it. So, last but not least, last statement. Thank you, Mr. Latchley, for allowing me some extra time. Before we vote, this thing is ever changing and it fluctuates. There are a whole lot of folks. Everyone here doesn't want school to start. There's a whole lot of folks who want school to start. Please believe it. Go read the comments. They say don't read them. I read them anyway. Thank God. Lafayette knows what they're doing. Oh, dumb St. Landry. Oh, they don't relent on the comments. So this thing is going to fluctuate. As it gets closer, these trends may go up, they may go down, and things may change. Maybe one person changes their mind, so we're going to have to readdress it. If you get what you want tonight as far as starting school, it still may end up changing at a later date. Don't think tonight is, oh, they just don't care, because I think it's going to end up changing anyway. I think the governor will eventually come forward and say, I'm just giving a full decree. I'm saying everybody go ahead and back it up. I don't care what you think. I think it's coming. I know it's coming. I'll go ahead and send a text message. But even if you don't get what you want, don't be upset, because it may still change. So vice versa. So nobody lose their mind tonight. Nobody tell somebody off. Nobody start yelling in the back of the room. I think inevitably this thing will work itself out. I have faith, hoping somebody changes their vote. If not, I'll be changing my vote. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chasson. Any other board member comment? Ms. Morrison.
Mr. Thomas talked about training, and I just wanted to ask Ms. Trox-Claire, is it possible to train our staff to be ready to go virtually August 17th? I know August 17th is not very far away. If you have to train folks.
We've done some training this summer. I'll let Dr. Roberley talk a bit about that with some of the training that we've done this summer and have in place to do when school starts.
So yes, we do have trainings already lined up. Things like Edgenuity, in addition to some of the other online programs that we have, like Amplify Reading and iReady. But essentially, those aren't going to start until we know all of our teachers are back August 5th and 6th. So again, we wanted to ensure that those teachers were all going to be in attendance and that we would have everybody participating and engaged during that time. We've done over 160 trainings, I think I counted earlier today, this summer, that we've offered stipends for, including things like Google Classroom and Zoom. So we've had a great participation and showing from our teachers throughout the summer. So I feel like a lot of them have done that legwork and are kind of getting their minds right for whatever model we decide to go with. But we do still have some additional trainings planned and ready to go right when we come back.
Another comment I wanted to make is I do agree that the plan is just wonderful, the way that we are ready for phase 1, 2, or 3. A lot of work and time have gone into it. Ms. Troxclair and her team, they've been great. They're good communicators, and I applaud you for what you have done to prepare us for whatever or the unknown. But still, I'll say again, I just don't feel comfortable maybe possibly risking a life for a child, a student, or student or teacher or employee or anyone. You're like me, you read the papers every day and you see what's going on out there. And I think nothing is worth a life, nothing. So whatever we could do to avoid that, and I don't want to experience it and then say, oh, I told you so. I don't want to be in that situation. So whatever we can do to get the kids learning, I'd like to see it happen August 17th virtually, because as I said, my grandkids, your kids, I think they're ready to learn. They're ready to go back to school. Teachers are ready to teach. And I know they're open if they're teaching their classroom and do instructions, presentations. I know they're ready to do that. And so that's just my take on that. So I just feel more comfortable making that type of decision at this point based upon all the information that I've received, every comment that I received. I think that's the most comfortable for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Ms. Mason?
May I speak? Thank you. A lot's been said. You know, I'm a mom with 3 kids in our public schools. I feel like I've said that a lot. I would never put my kids in a extremely dangerous situation. I know that Timmy is a chemist, but I'm very much a realist, and our world is not without risks. I think that the plan that has been come up with has been, we've consulted several people in our community, and you know, we all took a chance driving here. We take risks every step of our day, and I just feel that, you know, here we have, you know, St. Landry Parish has gone fully virtual, and their problems, you know, of being less affluent than Lafayette Parish, being more rural. Like, I'm sincerely worried for them being 100% virtual. I don't know how they're going to reach everyone. And I feel that our plan has options. You have the hybrid model, and you also have the Lafayette Online Academy, and you can make your choice. And we're providing choices in good education for our children in our parish. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comment before we call the vote? Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote. Correct. Dr. Chasson, after this, will you have any more motions? If not, we have to approve the plan itself.
No, sir. Once,
Okay.
I mean, if it ends up 4-4 again and I have to change it, I already know the way it's going to go, so I'll just,
Okay.
I'll just relent.
Yeah, we'll need a motion to go ahead and approve the whole plan as a whole.
I can make the motion.
Not yet. 4-4.
Let me go ahead and change my vote to abstain. And again, everyone, this will inevitably come up because data's coming out every single day.
For, 3 against, 1 abstain, 1 absent. The motion carries. Ms. Mason, you have a motion to?
I'd like to make the motion that we approve the plan as proposed as a whole.
That was 4.3. Do we have a second? We have a motion by Ms. Mason, seconded by Mr. Angel, that the board approves the 2020-2021 Learn Lafayette initial reopening plan as attached in the public content section of this agenda item.
Mr. President.
Any public comment on adopting and accepting the plan as a whole?
Mr. President, may I make a substitute motion?
You can.
I'll make a motion to approve the plan as is, with the exception that we make the additional requirement that temperatures be taken before children board the bus.
All right.
Mr. President, various entities have expressed concern with the safety issues there, and it being an impossibility of the bus driver doing that without the presence of an aide on each bus. I want to call that to the board's attention.
With the plan approved as is, the superintendent can add, delete, and move.
Okay.
Still initial.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the plan as is, with the additional request that if possible, bus drivers be equipped with thermometers.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Angel. We'll get the motion up. Is there any public comment on accepting the plan with the addition of temperature checks before boarding buses? Go ahead.
This may sound like a question. It's a rhetorical question and a comment. Did it ever occur to anyone to pass a motion and ask for things to be added into this plan according to the CARES Act ESSER grant fund request that you guys sent to the Department of Education for the $10.2 million? Because in that, which I sent to all of you guys today, which Ms. Gardner sent to me earlier this morning, you guys actually requested from the Louisiana Department of Education and put it in there that you are going to spend the $10.2 million, a portion of it, on thermometers for your buses. So is it even a question to even vote on or to change the plan? Has anyone even vetted the plan to make sure that it aligns with the grant funds? Because if not, that's misappropriation of funds. So, that's just my public comment. Make sure the plan and the things you're going to spend money on aligns with what you told the state and federal government you're going to use the money to do with it.
Ms. Reed?
Sorry, Julia Reed, Lafayette Parish Association of Educators. It's late, so I'll keep it brief. I just want to reiterate that is the position of the majority of our membership, that we strongly consider either delaying the start of school or going virtual. For all the reasons I listed before, in classrooms, teachers don't feel that they're going to be what they were last year or the year before, and then safety should take precedence over anything else, because my students, sorry, this baby's got me all hormonal and emotional. I usually don't cry this much. My students, I've always taught, low income and minority students will be the ones who most likely suffer underneath a hybrid model. And I would just ask again that you reconsider them, because they are important and I love them and I can't wait to see them again. And I don't know if I could bear the thought of one of them being hurt if I personally brought the virus to school. Even though I follow all the mandates, I stay home, I only leave for doctor's appointments and things like that. I don't know that I could live with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Sir?
I'll be quick. I know y'all all want to go, and I'm sure we do too. I just, again, have concerns based upon what you said with K through 2, the fact that there is apparently inadequate technology to be able to provide services to those students. I just have deep concerns, and I hope y'all are going to revise the plan in accordance with that, because based upon what I'm understanding is still, whether or not the student has access to technology, they're being expected to do modules or some other thing on their off days. So, in the lack of, respect to the lack of technology, I'm just kind of very curious how that's going to work exactly, and really, technically, whether y'all can, really even legally do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any board member comment to the motion on the floor to approve the plan? Ms. Mason?
I wanted to point out that, our superintendent will be making decisions moving between the phases of the plan, depending on the current situation. Ms. Strauss-Clare, do you mind if I ask a question?
No, go right ahead.
Based on the current conditions, do you think we could go back tomorrow, or do you think that the mask mandate will be driving down the numbers? Are you going to be looking at the current situation on August 16th?
Absolutely, Ms. Mason, and we will continue to do that throughout the school year. We have a strong possibility of going in and out of different phase plans, but we will not ignore those types of things, and we will remain in constant contact with the Louisiana Department of Health and the State Department in making those decisions. I'd also like to speak a minute to Ms. LeBou's request about the temperature checks at bus stops. Early on in the planning, the recommendation from the CDC and from the State Department was that we do just that. Somewhere along the line that changed because two reasons: the concern about traffic and students standing there on the street and waiting for their temperatures to be checked, but also the fact that when you're standing in the heat, you're not getting a true temperature when you're checking those students coming onto the bus. So that's why the guidance then changed to checking those when they arrive on campus and even waiting about 10 minutes after doing that. On the hybrid model, I know there's concern about the AB days for K2 without the devices to do that distance learning at home. We are not as concerned about that for the babies, for K2. We know that students do better in front of their teacher, of course, and then so if you're an A day, you're going to come and your teacher's going to instruct you on Monday and get your lessons, and you'll go home with your hard copy materials, your math book, your ELA materials, your handwriting pages, whatever the case may be. You'll go home, and that's what distance learning will look like for our K2 students. Distant learning doesn't mean necessarily that it has to be on the computer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strauss-Clare. Any other board member comment? Ms.
In light of
LeBeau?
that, I'll rescind my motion and go back to the original motion, which is that we approve the plan as stated.
Does the second approve? Okay, we're back to the original motion that we approve the plan. If we could remove additional requests that, if possible, bus drivers be equipped with thermometers. Any public comment on the original motion minus bus driver? Temperature check.
Rhetorical question here. You guys had stated that you weren't sure on the connectivity, and I appreciate you guys being here. From the CARES Act application, I see roughly around $992,000 for internet connectivity and Wi-Fi and hotspot. I hope you guys are considering what's going to happen with that. I know that there were some exchanges with some board members about mobile hotspots, the Wi-Fi enabled buses being parked on schools. Schools already have Wi-Fi, and to expect parents to drive their kids to schools to use hotspot and Wi-Fi at those schools, for those kids that need LOA, that the parents don't feel safe sending their kids to school, and you just heard Julia Reed feel exactly the way all of us feel, especially those of us like me who are in advocacy. It really, really pains me to imagine that a parent who has 3 kids and works 2 jobs and has her kids in a multi-generational household who won't get home until 10 o'clock at night and has to worry about getting her kids to a school on a bus line to get internet access. How are they going to manage to stay on track when yesterday it was attendance and truancy was managed about whether or not they finished a quiz on a day? And I get what Jared said is, you know, if they, as long as they catch up and do as much as they can at the end of the week. Well, what if it doesn't happen for 3 or 4 days or 5 days, and that child's going to be behind after a week? So even if the alternative to not going to school is online, and as a parent right now, I spent this morning crying because my son has severe chronic asthma and other underlying conditions, and I am fearful of him going to school, and I don't know what I'm going to do with LOA, because last night, to be honest with you, and I worked for the school system, and I worked with Jared, and last night, after last night's presentation, that scared the heck out of me. And so think about all these things. Think about the funds that you guys got, the $10.2 million. Think about the plan that you guys have and all the holes in it that you already have. And think about those families that you're expecting to drive to a school when you have Wi-Fi on a system with wheels. At least consider moving those to those neighborhoods and University and Willow and those areas that actually need it, that have households with no cars and no vehicles. Dr. Chasson, remember when you fought to put washer dryers in Alice Boucher because kids, and you, Ms. Trosclair, because kids did not they came to school with dirty clothes, dirty uniforms. Those families are going to be the ones impacted by this because they're also afraid to send their kids to school. So just think of those families.
Thank you for your comments. Any more public comment? Any board member comment? Come on up, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Gemma Cedillo. I am the Vice President of Lafayette Parish Association of Educators. I am a pre-K teacher at S.J. Montgomery, but today I speak to you as an individual. I am a mom, and I'm a single mom, and I'm on a very fixed school teacher income. And my kids are school-age kids, but they're 12 and 10, and I'm not okay leaving my children home alone while I'm at work. And I don't have the extra funds to pay for them to go to somewhere else. And even if I had the extra funds to send them to go somewhere else, I'm going to be putting them at risk. My parents are my support system, but my mom is high risk. So with my kids back in hybrid, I have 2 choices. I put them with schools in hybrid. I have 2 choices. I can put my kids in LOA and they can move in with my parents and I don't get to see them because I will be in contact with kids. Or I don't know what the other option is. They go to hybrid and they come home with me and they stay home by themselves, and a 10 and a 12-year-old are left to their own bidding during the day, and I am not alone. I am not the only teacher with this issue. I feel like it increases community spread, and I know we came asking for, pushback start date, 100% virtual, but there are also, we also need to consider our employees and our teachers. And so if we are going to do hybrid and we are going to do or 100% virtual, we need to find a way to work with our employers and maybe work with you guys and maybe allow us to bring our school-age children to school with us so that they can do their distance learning in the classroom on their virtual days when they're not there. There has to be some way that we can work with that. As we look at our community and we're asking our parents across the community to go to their employer and ask them to be flexible and compassionate and find a way to work with them so they can support their kid on their off days, then I really hope that we can, as a district, find a way to support our teachers. We have several families across the district that have two-teacher parent families. What are they going to do with their kids? And the risk that we're putting ourselves in as teachers to go back into the classroom and be exposed to that, it's going to cut off a lot of our support systems. So I just ask that you consider that when making your final decision. There are also some additional safety guidelines that I really hope that we consider as we go forth with this plan. I mean, I've heard people say, well, you can't ensure safety. Well, no, I can ensure my own safety when I'm driving down Johnson Street. But when I go to the dealership to buy my car, I make sure that that vehicle has those extra safety features to protect me and my family. And so I hope that we can consider some additional safety features above and beyond what Bessie asked us to do, because that's the bare minimum, and everything has, to the greatest extent possible, added to it. So it gives no accountability. They're not really requirements. They're basically suggestions. And I think if we're going to do hybrid, we have to do a better job at putting mandates in place to protect our staff and to protect our kids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other board member comment? Not, I'll call for the vote. Madam Secretary? And this is the final item. So we could please leave the meeting orderly with no congregating around, or if you want to visit outside, we'll need to clear the boardroom in the building so staff can go home.
Five, 4, 3 against.
Thank you. That concludes our meeting.